governors, 3 that chiefs of staff. The others, we have been contacted through staff. I've talked to a number of Republican governors, all of whom, in the reddest of red states, were very welcoming. They were very appreciative that the president had asked to call. We clearly acknowledged with each other that we may have differences of opinion on other issues, but on building roads and bridges and airs and airports and clean water and broadband, 75% to 80% of the people of America want these things to happen, and the governors have committed to work with us to actually get it done. You mentioned that in my neck of the woods. I'm from the state of Louisiana, as you know. We have gotten beaten to death by Katrina, Rita, Ike, Gustav, the national recession, the BP oil spill, and a bucket load of other stuff. We always wonder when the locusts are coming. And we have had interaction, as I was lieutenant governor, with a Republican governor who I served with and a Democratic governor. In both of those instances, bipartisanship really is at the forefront of these initiatives. There are going to be some differences, but at the end of the day, there really is common ground, and I feel very good about the willingness to lean forward and to do the things that all of our constituents need, irrespective of what party that they're in. In terms of turning dirt quickly, as I said to you, to level set with everybody in this room, because you will ask me about this from time to time, can you hurry up? When's the money going to get it to the ground? When are the first ribbon cuttings? First of all, this is very different from the American Recovery Program. This is a long-term investment in rebuilding America better. And so there are a lot of these programs that are actually new. Many of them are not. This happens in 2 ways. Some of this is through formula funding that has been set. Every governor has received an indication of what the states are going to receive for the next 5 years, and that's across whoever's sitting in the governor's chair, so they can start planning today and actually start breaking ground as soon as they're ready to do that. The other part of this bill are competitive grants. Some of those are going to take a little bit of time to set up. My expectation is there's some projects that you'll see people turning dirt on indefinitely the spring or the fall. Which ones they are, I can't actually point to you right now, but there's no reason why that shouldn't happen, especially if some of the projects have been in the line for some period of time.
Mary? To that point, the president promised shovel-ready projects. The administration hasn't yet been able to identify which of those projects might be getting underway soon. When will we get a better sense of what projects are coming?
I can't give you an exact date, but as I said to you, with the announcements that have happened in the first 60 days, and you have a list of what those announcements are, I don't need to repeat them, but you remember the investments that we made in ports and the investment that we just made in bridges and the ones that we sent out, the ones that Michael Regan sent out on clean water and clean air. The governors now have this money. On top of that, some of this money is fungible from the American Recovery Plan as well. So as soon as the governors and the legislatures decide where this money is going to go, and they do it with appropriate attention to equity, climate, using American products and other things of that nature, those projects shouldn't take long. However, it takes a long time to build a bridge. You don't build a bridge in a day. Now, sometimes people in this town know that you can tear down things a lot quicker than you can build them, and they work hard to do that. In this instance, we're going to take time and do it right, but we're going to do it as quickly as we possibly can.
Joey?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm curious about the $66 billion for Amtrak. What is the process looking like in terms of spending those funds? Again, on the timeline, when do you think that those dollars will get out? And is it going to be, in terms of figuring out which projects, I know they have planning that Amtrak does, and a lot of it's focused on that Northeast corridor that travels up the Northeast coast. Is that going to be a process that Amtrak itself figures out what they're going to spend, or is there going to be input also from the administration, the White House? How does that kind of work?
Well, first of all, we're going to all figure it out together.
Yeah.
You can count on that. Secondly, just to make you aware of the scope of this project, it's $1.2 trillion. There are 14 agencies plus some that have some level of involvement in many of these plans and programs. It takes 3 or 4 agencies to coordinate. And then there are some independent agencies, and Amtrak is one of those. As you noticed, they have $66 billion to do a really, really big job. And of course, you won't be surprised to know the president has a special interest in trains, and he'll talk to you about it for a very, very long time, and he knows more about it than many engineers in an unbelievable way. We've started those conversations with Amtrak. You have rightly noted that the Northeastern Corridor is the one that needs immediate attention. The president, however, has also indicated that he's really interested in trying to make sure that we look at where the connections are that connect moving people, that's cheaper, faster, and is also climate friendly. So we're in the process of kind of putting that together. And we'll have a plan in the not too distant
Is
future.
that something that it could be started this year, or more likely something?
I think a lot, again, I don't want to speak specifically for Amtrak. It's an independent agency. There are many things that can be started right now. And as I have said to you, in some of these models that we have in some formulas, that money has actually already been indicated and sent out of the door. So that's just going to be a matter of administrative work that we have to do.
Nancy's gonna
Sure.
have to be the last one. Go ahead.
Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Mitch. Based on what you've seen so far, how many state governments have the capacity already to evaluate this huge number of projects all at once and determine which ones are most worthy of the funding? Because as we saw, for
Right.
example, with the American Rescue Plan, you might be very organized here at the federal level, but if they don't have the staffing and the know-how and the capacity at the state level, there will be bottlenecks.
Correct. That is a fantastic question, and thank you for asking us. As you heard me say throughout this talk, it's all going to be about balance. How do you go fast and how do you get it right? How do you really try to do the right thing, but at the same time not go too slow? How do you deal with actually getting money to the ground quickly and making sure that people have the capacity to use it? Let me say this again to all of us who are younger than 80 years old. You have not seen this in our lifetime. And when we have tried to do this in the past, because we haven't spent a lot of time building up what I call downline logistics. You'll hear me say this many, many times. Sometimes up here in Washington, they want to create a cow, and when it gets down to the ground, it looks like a pig. And the point is to make sure that what we're trying to do down here gets down to the ground with the people from the ground up, understanding it, knowing it, analyzing and working in partnership with them. One of the things that should be obvious to anybody in this country is that we have a capacity problem on the ground, notwithstanding the current circumstance that we're in. Even if the world were perfect, you have to say to yourself, are we ready to build this much stuff this fast? And the answer is if you triage it appropriately, if you plan appropriately, if you run to the fire, and one of the fires is, do we have enough people, do we have enough materials? And if we don't, how do we create workforce training programs? How do we build capacity? How do we manufacture products here? And you understand that this is a 5 to 10 year cycle. You can actually move into it if you do it intentionally and with thought. So to answer your very specific question, there are some states that have been in this business for quite a long time and have moved big stuff, and they're obviously more prepared than others. One of the great challenges and one of the great missions the president gave us, and it falls under the umbrella of equity and climate, what about these small indigenous communities that don't have the capacity to apply for a grant? What happens if they get a grant? Do they have the ability to spend the money? And our team has raised that up, all of our agencies, and says we've got to run to that fire, and we have to start building capacity on the ground level. And then how actually are we going to do that? What does workforce training like? What does the partnership with community and technical colleges look like? How is labor going to build apprenticeship programs to lift up people of color who have not been involved in this interest? And how do you create this virtuous cycle of success and moving in one direction? This is why, back to Jeff's questions earlier, if everybody cooperates, if everybody saves their fire for all of these hot button issues that we all tend to disagree with, and don't focus that on infrastructure because there's not a Republican or a Democratic way to fill a damn pothole, then we ought to be able to get all of this stuff done more quickly and better. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what a better America looks like for President Biden. Thank you all
All right,
very
thank
much.
you so much.
I appreciate it.
Invited back anytime, as I always like to say. Okay, all right, did this a little bit better this time? Okay, just have a couple of items for all of you at the top. I have a bit of a hard out at 1/4 or 10 of, so we'll get around to as many people as possible. I know that many of you are tracking that we are about to reach our 1 year mark here in the administration, and we just wanted to note a couple of the points of progress that have been made that you'll hear the president talk more about and members of our administration also talk more about over the coming days. And you know how we love charts around here? So we have some charts that lay out a pretty stark contrast between where we started and where we are now. So just to highlight a couple of pieces. During the president's first year, we saw the most dramatic change in our economy of anywhere in the world. It was the biggest year of job growth in American history, and it was the direct result of actions taken by President Biden and Democrats in Congress, including the American Rescue Plan. The vaccination effort it helped fund, and now the bipartisan infrastructure law. And you can see the economic data there quite starkly. I mean, look at the initial unemployment claims. They're on average, they were at 812,000 a year ago. They're now at 210,000. The unemployment rate and obviously job creation the year before the president took office and the last year. As it relates to COVID, If we look to a year ago, only 1% of adults were fully vaccinated. 74% of adults are fully vaccinated now. In terms of at-home tests on the market, now we've talked about tests a lot, 0 on the market a year ago. Now we have 375 million people per month, or tests are distributed, I should say, per month. 46% of schools were open a year ago, now over 95%. This is progress that's been made. Obviously, there's more work that's going to be done, that needs to be done. The job is not done yet, but we have a plan to address the challenges we're facing, and we're going to stay at it. With that, Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask about negotiations over voting rights. I wanted to see, what you guys are expecting this week, and then what's plan B if things go south, to secure elections and ensure voting access if the bills don't pass.
Well, as you all know, the negotiation or the debate is starting in the Senate. The president's view is that the American people deserve to see where their leaders stand on protecting their fundamental rights. That is a reason to move forward with this debate and this vote this week. And his view is also that opposing rule changes to make the protection of voting rights a reality is supporting an obstacle to protecting voting rights. It's part of the important process. In terms of so we will continue to, and you've heard the president say, and I'm sure he will reiterate for you if anyone asks him tomorrow, that until his last breath, he will be fighting for the protection of voting rights. And that means conversations and fighting to get legislation at the federal level through is going to continue. And those conversations will continue. I will note that in addition, we have also been working with organizations all across this country who are building diverse coalitions to pass voter laws and push back against those that make it harder to vote and threaten free and fair administration of elections, in addition to doing the critical work to register and educate voters. These organizations have built grassroots leadership at the state level. They're providing training, policy, research, messaging guidance, and directing organizing to register voters, deploy voter protection teams in states that are rolling back voter protection. I'd also note the Vice President knows Americans at every level are focused on this fight, and she will continue engaging and leading this effort with activists, policy leaders, and elected officials around the country. But right now our focus is on the debate, on the vote that is going to be happening, and on the fact that it will highlight very clearly for the American people who stands with them in protecting their voting rights and who stands against it.
What do you hope to achieve with the Secretary of State heading not only to Ukraine but then later to Geneva to meet with Lavrov, especially since talks over Ukraine aren't exactly going all that well right now?
Well, let me just give you a little bit of an update on where things stand. And obviously you're following this closely, but this morning Secretary Blinken spoke with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov. They agreed to meet in Geneva, as you noted. At that meeting, Secretary Blinken will urge Russia to take immediate steps to de-escalate. He will also fly to Kyiv to consult with President Zelensky and Ukraine's leaders, and to Germany for consultations. As you also know, there is a congressional delegation that is also on their way there. And it's a note. I would note that just indicates that support for Ukraine has always been a bipartisan issue, and we welcome that. But where things stand right now, President Putin has created this crisis by amassing 100,000 Russian troops along Ukraine's borders. This includes moving Russian forces into Belarus recently for joint exercises and conducting additional exercises on Ukraine's eastern border. So let's be clear. Our view is this is an extremely dangerous situation. We're now at a stage where Russia could at any point launch an attack in Ukraine. And what Secretary Blinken is going to go do is highlight very clearly there is a diplomatic path forward. It is the choice of President Putin and the Russians to make whether they are going to suffer severe economic consequences or not. Go ahead. Oh, let me go around to people who had questions. Go ahead. Trevor.
Could you, when you're talking about kind of this meeting that the Secretary of State is going to have with Sergei Lavrov, what is the, is there an expectation that he's going to provide some sort of response to the issues that were raised in the January 10th meeting?
Oh, well, again, I don't have anything for you to specifically preview on the behind-the-scenes negotiations and discussions, but our position has been crystal clear from the beginning, the position of the President and the Secretary of State, that there are two paths. There's a diplomatic path forward. We certainly hope they take that path. There's the other path. It is up to the Russians to determine which path they're going to take, and the consequences will be severe if they don't take the diplomatic path.
Consequences. There's been reporting out of Europe that essentially this idea that's been floated about taking Russia out of the SWIFT financial payment system is basically off the table at this point. Is that accurate?
No option is off the table. In our view, we continue consulting closely with European counterparts on severe consequences for Russia if it further invades Ukraine.
And do you have a commitment from the German government that they will end the Nord Stream 2 pipeline?
I think, as you know, it is not functioning currently. You've seen the steps that they have taken recently. Germany's Federal Network Agency has suspended the certification process as well of Nord Stream 2. And our view continues to be that stopping the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is a credible peace we hold over Russia at this point in time, especially since it is not functioning. And if sanctions are imposed right now, which some are proposing, and Russia views these sanctions as a sunk cost, then this would be one less consideration in its calculus. So, of course, we're consulting closely with all of our partners and allies in this, but I would just note again that the pipeline's not operational, that Germany's Federal Network Agency has suspended the certification process. Go ahead.
Thanks. Staying on Ukraine and Russia, what does the White House make of the evacuation of Russian diplomatic staff from their embassy in Kiev? And do you think the threat of invasion is getting higher or lower?
Well, I think, as I noted a few minutes ago, we believe we're now at a stage where Russia could at any point launch an attack on Ukraine. I would say that's more stark than we have been. In terms of the decision to evacuate their embassy or to move personnel out of their embassy, we have information that indicates the Russian government was preparing to evacuate their family members from the Russian embassy in Ukraine in late December and early January. We certainly would refer you to them for more specifics about what their decision is, but we don't have an assessment on why in the meeting.
Okay, and then another one on reports that the White House is in talks with the FAA and wireless providers on the 5G rollout and those potential disruption to airline travel. Is there anything more you can tell us on this agreement you're working on, and are you trying to prevent any flight cancellations which could start as soon as tomorrow?
Well, we are. Those conversations are ongoing. I don't have an update at this moment, but they're ongoing right now, I would say. So we have the safest airspace in the world. We're committed to reaching a solution around 5G deployment that maintains the highest level of safety while minimizing disruptions to passenger travel, cargo operations, and our economic recovery. We certainly understand what's at stake for both industries. We are actively engaged, as you said, with the FAA, FCC, wireless carriers, airlines, and aviation equipment manufacturers to reach a solution. And we believe that with continued cooperation, we can chart a path forward. But certainly, minimizing flight disruptions, ensuring safety in travel is a top priority.
And then one more, going Bloomberg on you. Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard will create the world's third biggest video game company. Does the White House have any competition concerns with this acquisition?
Well, I would just note that today there is an announcement by the FTC and the Justice Department that's probably happening now. Broadly speaking, this is not about this specific case, which is, in our view, a critical step towards delivering on one of the key priorities of the executive order the president signed, which is strengthening enforcement against illegal mergers. And it basically kicks off the technical process to review merger guidelines. As it relates to this specific case that you mentioned, I don't have a comment on a specific merger, but I just wanted to point you to their announcement, their press conference that may be going on right now. Go ahead. Oh, Joy, let me go ahead.
Okay.
Let me go ahead so I just get to the next question.
Sure.
There's bipartisan supply chain resiliency legislation in the House, the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. Is the White House engaged in getting lawmakers on board with this?
Very closely engaged, and we've been advocates for investing in manufacturing here in the United States, including investment in our chips manufacturing capacity, but we're very closely engaged in these discussions.
What kind of discussions you're having and where there's...
Just that we've been engaged from the beginning. The president has long been an advocate for increasing investment in our manufacturing capacity at home, and we are looking forward to it moving forward.
Okay, I have another one. Does the president think that members of Congress should be prohibited from trading stocks? The president is prohibited from doing this, so where does he stand on this, and should their spouses be too?
The president didn't trade individual stocks when he was a senator. That is how he approached things. He also believes that everyone should be held to the highest standard, but he'll let members of the leadership in Congress and members of Congress determine what the rules should be. Go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Jen. A couple questions on what happened in Texas over the weekend.
Sure.
How is it that an individual who was known to MI5 in Britain, who was on a watch list as of 2020, ended up in a synagogue in Texas? How did that happen?
Oh, well, our understanding, and obviously we're still looking into this, is that he was checked against U.S. government databases multiple times prior to entering the country, and the U.S. government did not have any derogatory information about the individual in our systems at the time of entry. We're certainly looking back, as I referenced, at what occurred to learn every possible lesson we can to prevent attacks like this in the future. Beyond that, I'd certainly refer you to the Department of Homeland Security.
Obviously, the president referred to the incident as an act of terror. What is the significance of referring to the individual as a terrorist or referring to the incident as a terrorist incident?
I think, and I talked to the president about this that day as well, I think there's no question that when somebody goes into a house of worship and threatens and holds hostage individuals who are there, that is an act of terror. That is terrorism. That is why he called it that, because we don't need to be, because it's very clear it's what it is. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Jen. Getting back to voting rights for a minute.
Yeah.
You mentioned that the White House administration is going to continue to push back against state legislatures. The president mentioned this as well last week. But just to drill down on that a little more, can we expect to see more litigation from the Department of Justice around this? And if you look at cases that have already been filed under Section 2, we know historically that takes a very long time, years to resolve. Are you confident that there is any action you can take that would result in any outcome before the midterms?
Well, I'd really refer you to the Department of Justice. As you know, they have doubled their funding for voting rights protections, but in terms of individual cases or legal intentions or actions, I would point you to them.
And then quickly, to shift a little bit to healthcare and the Affordable Care Act, that was something that President Biden ran on, expanding the ACA.
Yeah.
He was able to do that, of course, through the rescue plan, but some of those other pieces were tied to Build Back Better, expanding Medicaid, again, addressing subsidies. Is there a plan B, a consideration of what steps could be taken if Build Back Better doesn't pass?
Well, here's the good news. There's a lot of interest, excitement, and engagement with a broad range of members of Congress about the shared desire to get something done and to lower costs for healthcare, for elder care, for child care. And there are a range of conversations that are ongoing, lots of ideas that we're discussing and we're engaged with. That is the status. The president proposed this as part of his package because he, as you said, he has advocated for, he ran on, he has fought for an expansion of access to health care, lower costs for health care. He also feels very strongly about lowering the cost of prescription drugs, something he thinks is frankly shouldn't be controversial in this country. If you're not for lowering the cost of prescription drugs, what are you for, Republicans in Congress, is his basic fundamental question. So this is something we will continue to discuss. We're continuing to fight for and work for. But I know there have been a range of reports out there, and I would just make very clear there is no specific proposal we are putting forward. We are just engaged in a range of conversations with members of Congress about what to do next. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you provide an update on the COVID testing website?
Sure.
Is it ready to go? Has the hotline number been created? Resiliency against crashes, that type of thing?
Sure. So covidtest.gov is in the beta phase right now, which is a standard part of the process typically as it's being kind of tested in the early stages of being rolled out. We didn't start from scratch here, of course. The Postal Service already runs a website that sells goods to the public, as you know. Every website launch, in our view, comes with risk. We can't guarantee there won't be a bug or two, but the best tech teams across the administration and the Postal Service are working hard to make this a success. So it will officially launch tomorrow morning. It's in the beta testing phase right now. And I would also note that the U.S. Digital Service, which was an organization founded after healthcare.gov, after the healthcare.gov rescue, has been supporting the Postal Service to ensure that they have what they need to be successful in this critical moment. So looking forward to an official launch tomorrow morning, and right now it's in the beta phase.
On Ukraine and Russia, I know you said that the United States is ready for Russia to engage at any time. I wanted to ask you, though, about the media narrative of the falsifying or alleging that Russia is going to say that Ukraine is going to attack Russia. Have you seen any indications of that? Has that narrative been put into work yet?
We talked about this a fair amount on Friday because we've seen efforts to push that narrative in the media and in the public. And I think one of the key roles we can play here is making very clear that there is a long history of propaganda from Russian leadership, that they use it as a tool to spread misinformation as a means of gaining ground, and we should be very clear about what's accurate and inaccurate, and that's an inaccurate narrative. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Since there are so few reporters in here today, I'd like to ask briefly about 3 transparency issues. The first one, I'm kind of amazed hasn't been brought up more in this room. That is that Vanity Fair reported recently that on October 22nd, a group of health experts from Harvard, the Rockefeller Foundation, and other groups proposed on a Zoom meeting with administration officials a plan to mass distribute coronavirus tests to homes before Christmas to prevent a winter surge of COVID-19 cases, but that they were told 3 days after that Zoom meeting that that idea was dead. So I emailed you about this yesterday and again this morning so that you'd be able to track down a firm answer on 2 details here. The first detail is which administration officials attended that October 22nd meeting. For example, did Drs. Fauci and Walensky participate? And was President Biden personally briefed at the time on that recommendation before it was passed over?
Well, maybe people haven't asked about it because we've done a lot of what was discussed in that meeting that happened a couple of months ago, including massively expanding our testing program and capacity. And the issue at the time, which was a very small part of the conversation, was that the market had not expanded enough to at that moment in time be able to launch the website we're launching tomorrow. And the president, used the Defense Production Act, invested $3 billion to expand it, quadrupled the size of our testing capacity, and now we've ordered 1 billion doses. So we see that as our COVID team, the members who participated, saw that as a very constructive meeting, a good meeting, a lot of which we've worked to implement.
So the idea, though, to mass distribute tests to homes before Christmas and New Year's, that idea was not adopted. How can President Biden shut down the virus if he's, not being briefed on these ideas? That's my question. So I'm wondering who were the advisors, and was President Biden briefed on this idea at the time?
Well, I think I just answered your question, which you may not have been listening. Maybe you were waiting to read your next question, which is fine. But I just answered your question. Let me finish, Stephen, I'm finishing. What I said to you just a minute ago is that we did not have the capacity at the moment. We had a very constructive meeting with this group. We agreed in the need to expand our testing capacity. That's why we quadrupled the size of our testing capacity and why the president had already used the Defense Production Act to invest $3 billion. But the market did not have the capacity at that moment to do what we're doing tomorrow.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, but that's not the question I asked. The question I asked was
Do you have another question? I think I've answered your question.
Was President Biden briefed at the time?
Again, I've answered your question. If you have another one, I'm happy to answer it. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to the next person.
I didn't get answers there, but I'll move on to another one.
Great.
The second question is that in light of President Biden's first year coming to a close, the data indicates that he spent a quarter of his days, at least partially, in Delaware. In light of that, will the White House be reconsidering the decision not to release visitor log information from his Delaware residences?
Well, the president goes to Delaware because it's his home. It's also where his son and his former wife are buried. And it's a place that is obviously close to his heart. A lot of presidents go visit their home when they are president. We also have gone a step further than the prior administration and many administrations in releasing visitor logs of people who visit the White House, and we'll continue to do that. Go ahead in the back. I think we're done, and we're going to move on. Go ahead in the back.
The Reuters reported this morning the Biden administration is reviewing e-commerce giant Alibaba cloud business for U.S. national security reasons. Can you confirm?
I'd really have to check with our national security team on that. I'm happy to do that, and we'll get back to you after the briefing. Go ahead in the back.
Hey, Jen. I want to pivot back to voting rights,
Sure.
particularly the president's speech last week. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about how it came together, but also I wonder if you'll respond to some of the criticism about it, that it was too aggressive or divisive, and that some of the rhetoric that he used wasn't conducive to getting folks who are opposed on board.
Well, sorry, which piece did you want me to start with?
Whichever one is best for you.
Okay. Well, I would say first that, the president delivered a powerful speech about the protection of people's fundamental rights in this country, which is their right to vote, their right to vote for anyone they choose, whether it is him or someone else. It was not a partisan speech. It was intended to lay out for the public exactly what's at stake and lay out for elected officials what's at stake. And he stands by everything he said in that speech.
Can you talk a little bit about how it came together, though? Like, who did he or the White House consult with? Like, how did he land at this point? I'm just trying to get to the genesis of it.
Well, he consulted. There have been discussions for months on voting rights on the Hill with Democrats, certainly an open door to Republicans to have a discussion among members and among staff about a path forward, something that 16 Republicans who are serving today have supported in the past. And also he consulted a lot with civil rights leaders. We consulted with civil rights leaders, with voting rights activists, and others who have been working around the clock to advocate for voting rights. Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Let me ask you a couple questions. First, what is the administration or the White House doing today on the 5G controversy, if
Sure.
anything, in the remaining hours before the midnight deadline?
So there are ongoing discussions right now with members of our economic team who are closely engaged with at the FAA, FCC, wireless carriers, airlines, and aviation equipment manufacturers to reach a solution. As you noted, tomorrow is the deadline. Our objective is, of course, to reach a solution around 5G deployment that maintains the highest level of safety while minimizing disruptions to passenger travel. That's what we're working towards, but everyone from Secretary Pete Buttigieg to members of our economic team are closely engaged in these discussions.
And heading into the president's press conference tomorrow on the eve of his one-year anniversary, he has long said that he would talk straight from the shoulder, I think is his words, to be and to give an honest assessment of things. What is your honest assessment of the last year of the Biden administration, and how can the voting rights failure not be seen as some type of a metaphor for these challenges?
Well, I would say in terms of voting rights, his view is that it's never a good idea not to shoot for the moon with what your proposals are and what you're fighting for. And the alternative is to fight for nothing and to fight for nothing hard. And that oftentimes, as you know, you've covered a couple of administrations, you don't get everything done in the first year. But what we feel good about, and this is why I brought some of these charts to show the contrast, is that coming into an incredibly difficult circumstance, fighting a pandemic, an economic, a massive economic downturn as a result, an administration that was prior to us that did not effectively deal with a lot of these crises, that there's been a lot of progress made. We need to build on that. The work is not done. The job is not done. And we are certainly not conveying it is. So our objective, and I think what you'll hear the president talk about tomorrow, is how to build on the foundation we laid in the first year. Go ahead.
On 5G, the FAA has had 2 years to come up with a plan for this, to deal with this implementation. Should they have acted sooner to minimize disruption? Did the FAA drop the ball here?
I think, Mary, there'll be lots of time to look back and see how we got here, and I know many of you will do that, and of course that is understandable. But right now, over the next 24 or less than 24 hours, what we're focused on is trying to come to a solution that will minimize travel disruptions to passenger travel, cargo operations, and our economic recovery, and that is why it's so important to hopefully come to an agreement and ensure more planes are flying out there. Go ahead.
On voting rights, unless something has dramatically changed, which it doesn't seem likely this is going to fail, you have made clear that the president, is going to keep up this fight with every last breath he has. Does that mean that this is the top priority going forward legislatively? I ask because obviously BBB is still stalled as well. Where's the president going to be putting his energy?
We can and will advocate for both, and that is reflective of what's happening now too. Of course, voting rights is right now being debated. It's going to be on the floor. The president was out last week, as you know, giving a powerful speech about why this is so important to move forward. At the same time, we were having a range of conversations on Build Back Better because we also want to get that done. So we're going to keep fighting for both. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. you know, the airlines are using some pretty dire language to describe what's going to happen tomorrow if the president doesn't step in and take action. They're saying that the nation's commerce will grind to a halt, that the vast majority of the traveling and shipping public will essentially be grounded. Does the president share the view that the airlines have about how bad this is going to be if the White House doesn't step in?
Well, I think what we're trying to do now is come to a solution to avoid exactly that. And it is true that if there are hundreds or thousands of flights that are grounded, that means not just disruptions to passenger travel, that also means cargo operations. That means that goods aren't moving around as quickly and effectively as they need to in order to not have supply chain disruptions. So this is something that we are very focused on, we've been closely engaged on, and we want to avoid that and prevent it.
Can you explain why the FAA and the FCC seem to have different views here? The FAA seems to share some of the concerns that the airlines have about the possible implications of implementing 5G, whereas the FCC has said, based on the data it's seen, it's not a problem.
Well, I think part of this is having a negotiation and trying to find a solution. I'm not going to speak for the FCC, which is, of course, independent. Our objective is to prevent this from becoming the economic disruption that you referenced in your question. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. You mentioned the beta testing is already underway in regards to the COVID-19 testing website. One of my colleagues discovered that they're already you are already able to purchase them, or not purchase them, order them for free online. So, you know, for people who are purchasing them today, are these orders being registered? Are they going to be able to get their...
that's beta testing. Okay. So meaning we're going to launch it formally tomorrow morning, but this is how we did vaccines.gov as well. So it's kind of a part of the process.
Do you have an official rollout tomorrow morning? What time in the morning can we expect?
I don't have the exact time for you at this moment, but again, it's going to be out tomorrow morning, mid-morning tomorrow, and we're looking forward to getting free tests out to the public.
And on the same topic, Maryland Governor Larry Hogan yesterday on Face the Nation said the federal government has, quote, fallen short in a couple ways recently in regards to its COVID-19 response. He pointed to these 500 million rapid tests, saying the federal government has purchased tests that his state had already contracted rather than purchasing new tests. He said, quote, we're sort of hijacking the tests that we already had plans for, and we're now getting some of those providers to tell us they no longer have the rapid tests. So what is the White House's response to that criticism that the federal government is purchasing the same allotment of tests and hamstringing some state efforts here?
I'd have to check into that, on the accuracy of that with our COVID team, and I'm happy to do that. All right, thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
that make it harder to stay on voting lists, that limit the availability of drop boxes for ballots, that limit the number of polling locations, that impose stricter or newer voter ID requirements. And the list goes on. But one of the most insidious is Georgia's law, which allows any person to challenge the rights of an unlimited number of voters to cast their ballots. If someone decides for whatever reason to challenge another person's right to vote, the voter then has to show up to their election office to defend themselves. Imagine being a single mom working 2 jobs and unable to afford childcare, and now she has to defend her constitutional right just because someone thought she shouldn't be voting at all? Volunteers are already being recruited to pose these challenges. This isn't voter protection. This is vigilantism. These laws are clearly intended to target communities of color and make it harder for them to vote, period. Our country's legacy of racial discrimination in voting is undeniable. And it's undeniable that we are witnessing history repeat itself. In 1890, the House passed historic legislation that would have increased voting protections, particularly for black voters. But the Senate failed to take up this legislation, failed to act at a critical time when it had the chance. And the results were devastating for decades to come. The Senate's failure to take up this legislation allowed Jim Crow and the plummeting of voter turnout among black voters to continue for more than a century, until the Senate passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, over 70 years later. A recent Washington Post analysis said this current wave of voter suppression bills potentially amounts to, quote, the most sweeping contraction of ballot access in the United States since the end of Reconstruction, end quote. Today, these attacks on our freedom to vote are taking us back to the time of Reconstruction. We cannot wait another 70 years for the so-called deliberative body to act, which is why we need to pass comprehensive voter protection legislation. But not a single Republican supports the Freedom to Vote John Lewis Act. Many of my Republican colleagues have joined Congressman John Lewis to commemorate the march from Selma to Montgomery. But today, they won't even allow the Senate to consider legislation named in his honor and have called this bill radical. There is nothing radical about protecting a person's freedom to vote. What's radical is sending us back to the days of Reconstruction. This legislation would restore and strengthen the Voting Rights Act, which Congress reauthorized with broad bipartisan support 5 times in 1970, 1975, 1982, 1992, and it passed 98-0 in 2006, which included 10 currently sitting Senate Republicans. This bill would also expand opportunities to vote, prevent voter suppression, and improve election security. We're talking about provisions that would require states to offer early voting and no excuse vote by mail, make Election Day a public holiday, crack down on voter intimidation, and require post-election audits. Again, I ask, how is any of this radical? What's radical is justifying overt attacks on our democracy by perpetuating the big lie of mass voter fraud. For Republicans, this fight isn't about election security. It's about securing their power, because Republicans have decided that spreading misinformation and rigging elections by preventing people from voting is the only way they will retain their power. Republicans should come to the Senate floor and tell the American people why they won't protect our freedom to vote. Instead, the Republican leader came to the floor to attack Democrats for fighting to change Senate rules to pass this critical legislation, calling it a power grab. The Republican leader said that Democrats want to, quote, permanently damage this institution, end quote. He went on to say the filibuster is, quote, about compromise and moderation, end quote. This from the Republican leader who refers to himself as the Grim Reaper, as he prevents dozens of House-passed bills from being considered on the Senate floor. The same person who single-handedly prevented President Obama from filling a vacancy on the Supreme Court for over a year, denying the will of nearly 66 million Americans who voted to give President Obama a second term in office. The same person who pushed through President Trump's Supreme Court nominee as over 159 million Americans were in the process of voting. So much for compromise and moderation. Let's not pretend this is about the sanctity of this institution. We cannot sit back and let one political party continue to unravel the threads of our democracy, one voter suppression bill at a time. While Republicans do nothing to protect our freedom to vote in the face of mass voter suppression bills enacted across the country, we Democrats cannot sit back and let 2020 be the last free and fair election in our country. If we don't protect the right to vote, we won't have a democracy. It's that simple. That's the reality. Since the Republicans will not lift a finger to protect voting rights, we have no option but to change the Senate rules in order to pass the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act. This is something that every single Democratic senator needs to get on board with. Mr. President, I yield back.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Late last week, our Democrat colleagues briefly paused their quest to destroy the Senate's 60-vote threshold, just long enough to use the 60-vote threshold themselves to block a bill. Every Republican supported sanctioning the Nord Stream 2 pipeline that will give Russia even more leverage to bully Europe. Most of our Democratic colleagues bowed to the furious lobbying from the Biden administration to protect Putin's pipeline. There were 55 votes to pass the bill that our friends like Ukrainian President Zelensky desperately wanted passed. But Democrats blocked it by denying 60. Now, many of these same colleagues have spent weeks thundering, literally thundering, that the Senate's 60-vote threshold is an offensive tool of obstruction, a Jim Crow relic, declaring that simple majorities should always get their way. But late last week, they literally wielded the 60-vote threshold themselves, a useful reminder of just how fake the hysteria has been. We already knew Washington Democrats don't have any principled opposition to Senate rules. Democrats repeatedly filibustered the CARES Act in March of 2020 while insisting on changes. Democrats filibustered and killed Senator Tim Scott's police reform bill. You only have to go back a few years to read vigorous defense of the filibuster from our Democratic colleagues and their allies. The Democratic whip, Senator Durbin, put it this way: we need to protect the right of debate in the Senate, preserve checks and balances so that no one party can do whatever it wants. We need to preserve the voice of the minority in America. Dick Durbin, the Democratic leader himself, said in 2017 that we need to, quote, find a way to build a firewall around the legislative filibuster. Build a firewall around the legislative filibuster. And in a letter that same year by 32 Senate Democrats, our colleagues demanded that the 60-vote threshold stay right where it was. So until the last couple of years, senators on both sides have understood the Senate is not here to rubber stamp massive changes by thin majorities. This institution exists to do exactly the opposite, to make sure major laws receive major buy-in and have major staying power. And historically, Democratic allies outside this chamber have recognized this as well. So let's go back about 15 years ago, when Republicans controlled the Senate. A left-wing organization called the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights published a lengthy statement defending the filibuster, including, listen to this, including its relationship to civil rights. So here's what they had to say when Republicans were in the majority here in the Senate. On behalf of the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, the nation's oldest, largest, and most diverse civil and human rights coalition, with more than 180 member organizations, we urge you to oppose any efforts to eliminate the 216-year-old filibuster in the United States Senate. That's a coalition of 180 member organizations called the Civil and Human Rights Coalition. They went on. The elimination of the rights of the minority as embodied by the filibuster is contrary to the Founding Fathers' vision of the Senate as a body of equals designed to protect against the tyranny of the majority. The statement continued. The civil rights community has recognized and accepted the value of the filibuster even when it frustrated efforts to advance civil rights legislative goals. During the 1950s and 1960s, countless civil rights bills were filibustered. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 was not passed until it survived 75 days of the longest filibuster in history, and the Senate voted 71 to 29 to end debate and finally passed the bill. This legislation was enacted because of long, hard work to build support across partisan, ideological, and regional lines. We work to bring Americans together, not to push them farther apart. They conclude, we never demanded the end of the system of checks and balances. In the end, we won the battle by changing votes and not by breaking the rules. These, Mr. President, were left-wing activists writing less than 20 years ago. So let's spell this out. Democrats want the American people to believe the filibuster was not a Jim Crow relic in 2005. Was not even a Jim Crow relic in 2020. Just miraculously became a Jim Crow relic in 2021. Briefly stopped being a Jim Crow relic last Thursday, but it's now back to being a Jim Crow relic this week. Now, to be clear, the partisan election takeover bills that Democrats want to ram through this week are not in any way successors of the civil rights legislation from the mid-20th century. It has been, is today, and will remain illegal to discriminate against voters anywhere in America because of their race. Period. That's the law. Now, targeting Americans' online speech and sending government money to political campaigns is not about civil rights. It's about tilting the playing field. Weakening widely popular voter ID laws and making it harder to produce accurate voter rolls is not about making voting easier. It's about making cheating easier. Changing the law so that our partisan attorney general can rewrite voting laws without even having to win in court is not about promoting justice. It's about short-circuiting justice. This is about one party wanting the power to unilaterally rewrite the rule book of American elections. Now, interestingly, the Biden administration staff have gone out of their way lately to highlight my long, strong record on real civil rights and real voting rights. The President's secretary explained that I have, quote, a pretty strong record of supporting voting rights. She's right about that. And that's exactly why I have no patience, none, for the unrelated partisan takeover that some Democrats are trying to rebrand with that banner. The Democratic leader argues that his proposed elections takeover and his efforts to break the Senate are last resorts because of new state laws that passed in 2021. He says it's irrelevant that 2020 saw record turnout, and listen to this, 94% said voting was easy because this debate is exclusively about what happened in 2021. But Democrats have been pushing these same policy charges and the same Chicken Little rhetoric since 2019, a year and a half before the 2020 election, which Democrats now call a high turnout success. The Democratic leader gave an interview claiming that evil Republicans are trying to attack voting and disenfranchise people. Of course, when Democrats went on to win the White House, the 2020 election went from presumptively illegitimate to exemplary and unquestionable overnight. Around the same time, mid-2019, Senator Schumer began floating a nuclear attack on Senate rules. This is completely untethered from the elections issue. He just thought breaking the rules would make for a livelier stint as majority leader. Washington Democrats have wanted the power to rewrite the rules for political speech and election laws long, long before the events that are supposed to justify it. and the Democratic leader's effort to break the Senate long predates the latest pretext. We have strong disagreements about the substance of these bills, but even more broadly, we see decreasing trust in our democracy among both political sides. We have a sitting president of the United States shouting that United States senators are on the side of Bull Connor and Jefferson Davis for refusing to shatter the Senate. Was the Senate created to make these kinds of factional fevers worse, or to help break the fevers? Does the Senate exist to help narrow majorities double down on divisions, or to force broad coalitions to build bridges? This fake hysteria does not prove the Senate is obsolete. It proves the Senate is as necessary as ever. Republicans have supported this limitation on the majority's power, both when we've been in the minority, which these rules protect, and when we've been the majority, which they inconvenience. And last week, some of our colleagues across the aisle reconfirmed they have the courage and the principle to keep their word and to protect the institution as well. But too many of our colleagues across the aisle still want to respond to a 50-50 Senate with a rule-breaking power grab. Voting to break this institution will not be a free vote or a harmless action, even if their effort fails. An unprincipled attempt at grabbing power is not harmless just because it fails. Voting to break the Senate is not cost-free just because a bipartisan majority of your colleagues have the wisdom to stop you. It's amazing that our colleagues are this enthralled to radical activists. We have inflation, a pandemic, rampant violent crime, a border crisis, and possibly a war on the European continent. But rather than work on any of that, Senate Democrats want to mar their own legacies with a reckless procedural vote they know will fail. A faction this desperate for unlimited short-term power is a faction that must be denied it.
Senator from Washington.
Madam President, I care about the future of this institution, but right now I care more about the future of our democracy. Our country has been the bedrock for democracies around the world. It has been the gold standard by which other countries wishing to achieve transparency and validation of their governments have asked us to come and witness their elections. Let's not forget what is great about a democracy. The power rests with the people. And when you have an election, it's the people who have spoken. So whether it was FDR in the New Deal or Ronald Reagan declaring mourning in America, the people had spoken and the country went about the change that was implemented because of free and fair elections. Trust me, there are countries who are jealous of this. They obviously run their countries by other means. They are less stable and they are less egalitarian. And yet, if we think of the many great advantages of a democracy, nothing says it better than the people have spoken. Yet now, we have a former president of the United States, Donald Trump, who has dared to say and continues to say, the people haven't spoken. Donald Trump is not just like the guy at a football game who doesn't like the referee's calls. Donald Trump has taken it to a whole new level of basically, without evidence, saying his team didn't lose the game. Can you imagine NFL or college football structure where the coach says, I don't like the ref's call, my team didn't lose the game, And I'm going to spend the rest of my time marching around to every football game and every community saying, my team didn't lose the game. Well, thank God college and professional coaches know better. They don't do this. And yet, former President Trump keeps saying, I don't like the call of election officials, judges, federal courts. Never mind, there were 60 decisions by different courts. I'm going to protest the outcome of this election. Never in the history of our country do I know a major race where someone declared they really didn't lose. What if everybody went around saying, I really didn't lose? What if our system of governments would be affected by that? Well, Madam President, it is getting to that level of absurdity. The Republican nominee in the 2020 Washington gubernatorial election lost by over 600,000 votes, yet he claimed voter fraud. He lost by 56 to 43, and even though he lost by such a huge margin, he claimed voter fraud. He sued the Secretary of State, who happened to be a Republican, in King County Superior Court. He only dropped the election fraud lawsuit after the court threatened his lawyer with making meritless claims. Do we really understand this danger? The danger of people in our country, to our economy, to our way of life, if these falsehoods continue? We're not here, though, just because a former president cannot accept an election loss. He began sowing these seeds of distrust into our election system the minute he stepped onto the national stage. We're here because the problem has become so serious that people are now trying to disenfranchise the voting rights of our fellow Americans. Some voter suppression tactics are being put in place because some believe the former president did not like the outcome of the election. I want to be clear, there are people on both sides of the aisle that do believe in free and fair elections. There are Republicans in key election positions who stood up to the illegal tactics of the president when he tried to change the outcome of the last election. But what our country can't afford right now is the continuation of Trumpthink to allow to erode the voting rights of our fellow Americans. Voting rights have been hard fought and hard won. I know the president presiding understands this. First by women in 1920, then later protecting minority groups in 1965 with the Voting Rights Act. In 1970, we updated it, making standards, helping to regulate presidential elections. In 75, saying we had to protect other minorities. Both sides of the aisle agreed to this. And in 1992, we expanded for bilingual education requirements. That passed with 75 to 20 votes. And again in 2006, the last time the voting rights was updated, we were in a similar situation. The Supreme Court had had 2 cases and struck down part of the act, and we all came together to renew and reaffirm the constitutional protections for people in the United States of America. It passed 98-0. There is nothing wrong with the John Lewis voting rights law before us. There's nothing wrong with the John Lewis voting rights law before us. It is a bill with bipartisan support that tries to maintain, I think, a federal minimum assurance that states don't suppress the rights of our fellow Americans. When Martin Luther King was fighting this fight, he said, "One man, one vote." He knew that this was about making sure that everybody had a chance to vote. The John Lewis Act is a continuation of those rights and upgrading something that has been upgraded numerous times since 1965. And that is why my colleagues, Senator Manchin and Murkowski, called for bipartisan reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act. Bipartisan call for reauthorization last spring of the Voting Rights Act. They said, quote, "Inaction is not an option," end quote. They continued to say, quote, "Congress must come together just as we have done in the past, time and time again, to reaffirm our long-standing bipartisan commitment to free, accessible, and secure elections." And that is what we must do now. That is why there are 150 businesses who support the John Lewis Act. Companies like Microsoft and Google and Intel and Pepsi and Tesla, Sealaska, Target, PayPal. These are companies who know and understand they want to do business in a democracy. As Tim Cook said, the right to vote is fundamental to our democracy. American history is a story of expanding the right to vote to all citizens. And black people in particular have had to march, struggle, and even give their lives for more than a century to defend that right. And we support efforts to ensure that our democracy and our future is more hopeful and inclusive than the past. There are others. Best Buy. An election cannot be free or fair if every eligible voter is not given a full chance to vote, or if the law makes it harder to do so. Now, Madam President, I disagree with my colleague who was just on the floor, because there is a lot of demeaning of the system. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it now because I have another segment here on the floor later. But I come from a vote-by-mail state, and I'm proud of what our state has accomplished. So I do not appreciate the disinformation of Newt Gingrich when he says, quote, "The biggest way to expand voter fraud is to expand vote by mail." He's wrong. If I could slash a red line and a red circle through this now, Madam President, I would do so. But I will spend many minutes later on the floor talking to people why vote by mail is part of the solution and not the threat that he thinks it is. Companies know that when it comes to our economy, we're greatly aided by being in a democracy, and that is why they don't want it eroded. It will cost us if we're a less stable place to do business. So why now do people refuse to engage on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act? You know, I might be one of those people who would say, don't change the filibuster rule, we can wait. Wait? Wait for what? What are we waiting for? Our capital was attacked. We were attacked. People defending us were killed. For what? For what? A big lie. A big lie about our election. I sat outside the Capitol on January 6th and listened to the president telling these lies I knew weren't true. I knew what he said wasn't correct about our voting laws because I know and understand them, and I certainly know vote by mail. But he said many lies that now many court decisions have all said are not true. But the point is that Donald Trump and his followers keep following, and they tell the people the election wasn't fairly decided. And now they're trying to pass state laws eroding our constitutional rights to protect every American's ability to vote. And some here don't want to act. Our democracy is under threat, and people are trying to undermine the credibility of our elections, and you don't want to act. Trump supporters are literally trying to hoist a Jolly Roger flag over our democracy because they lost the election, and some people don't want to act. Some percentage of the Republican Party now believe that the election was wrongly decided, and some people don't want to act. Madam President, we have to have faith in close elections, and the best way to do that is not to suppress the vote, but encourage and empower more people to vote in a safe and secure manner. We need to believe in our voting system, not believe that we can undermine it. Democracies don't grow on trees. They need to be protected. They need to be defended. They need to be fought for. And with all the challenges we're facing, COVID, a changing economy in an information age, global migration, climate change, I'm getting too many questions from my constituents about whether we're becoming a fascist nation. Why am I answering those questions? Because Trump told a big lie and he got people to attack our Capitol, and now he's ramping up fear and anxiety to the point where locals are changing their election laws and eroding our democracy? No, I can't stand by. I will vote to proceed and change. I will not stand by because my parents taught me better. My father fought in World War II and reminded me constantly when I was growing up that if someone's rights were eroded, you better stand up, because if you don't, they're coming after your rights next. And a threat to one was a threat to all. My mom worked at the polls on Election Day. When she was a child, she played in her backyard and met an African-American woman who became her friend. When Election Day rolled around, my mom noticed that her friend had to wait outside in the cold to vote, where the white voters got to go inside and wait. My mom took her friend by the hand inside the polling place and said, "My friend's not waiting outside." It earned my mom the nickname Little Eleanor, after the First Lady of the period. What might seem surprising is how much my mom liked her fellow Republican precinct committeemen. She felt like they were on the same team, team democracy, people who got the vote out. They may not agree on who they were voting for, but they agreed people should vote, and they were willing to live with the consequences. And believe me, my parents had a lot of things that they had to keep fighting for, but they believed in democracy. I remember my mom saying how uneasy she felt when she realized her friends and neighbors, seeing the results of her precinct, didn't support John Kennedy for President of the United States. My parents were crushed when John Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. were all assassinated. But they never lost faith in the system, and they never said the system was rigged. What we need to do now is to protect our democracy. We need to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We need to say, as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, that one man, one vote is what our country stands for, and it is the strength of our nation. One thing about January 6th bothers me the most. It bothers me the most because I think about my father and his brother. My father quit high school to fight in World War II because his brother was already missing or in a POW camp. He knew he had to join the fight against the oppressions, the tyranny, the fascism that existed. He knew he had to join the fight to uphold the democracy of the United States. This is a picture of what it looked like to be escorted back into this chamber on January 6th. All I could think of when I saw this picture is obviously, yes, support and gratitude for the military who supported us. But all I could think about was my father and his brother who fought in World War II for these rights to uphold a democracy so that I could stand for election and that my friends and neighbors could vote for me. And then I would come here in an environment where I was free to walk into the Capitol at any moment and cast a vote on behalf of the people that I represent. And yet, on one fateful day, that all changed. And we were no different than some other country who had to use military force to support our democracy here in voting. Madam President, that's not the way it's supposed to be. That's not what we're fighting for. Many Americans have fought to uphold the democracies of our nation. The least we could do is pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. The least we could do is work in a mission together to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and show that our country believes in holding these important values of a democracy as utmost important. Let's vote to get this done. Let's move forward to show our country we believe in voting rights in the United States Senate. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
Democrats have shamelessly alleged that a massive federal takeover of elections is needed because of questions some Republicans raised after the 2020 election. So I come to the floor today to show that this whole argument predates the 2020 election. This Democrat reasoning is despite the fact that their proposal predates the 2020 election. The bill that they want us to pass is a product of concerns that the Democrats had about the 2016 election being stolen from Hillary Clinton. Also, because of the 2018 elections, and in fact, the Democrat proposal was designed specifically to double down on false claims that Democrats lost certain elections in 2018 only because of rigged elections. I've said it before, and I want to say it again. Evidence-free claims of voter suppression are as bad as election-free claims of voter fraud. Both voter fraud and discrimination in voting is illegal. Any claim of voter fraud or violation of voting rights should be resolved in our independent court system with evidence that can stand up in the courts. And as I've mentioned before, the claims by some Trump supporters that certain brand of voting machines switch votes was lifted entirely from the Democrats' 2004 playbook, and you may remember that Democrat House members challenged the electoral vote count of whether George W. Bush was officially and honestly reelected. And President Trump's questioning of his loss in Georgia was simply following in the footsteps of the losing Democrat candidate for governor of that state just 2 years before, who lost a much bigger margin and never admitted that defeat. That makes me wonder if Democrats' professed outrage comes from a sincere concern for democratic reforms, or if they're just upset that President Trump stole their playbook. If Democrats really want to preserve democratic norms, they would not be proposing a federal government overturning the current electoral process in all 50 states on purely partisan basis, with no attempt to even hear out Republicans' legitimate concerns. The bills that we're talking about this week are being called democracy reform. Does democracy need reform? I support the American democratic system. It does not need a fundamental rewrite. 240-year history of our great country under this Constitution ought to support that. It works, and it deserves our support. We should not denigrate American democracy for short-term political gain. President Trump's candidacy in 2016 brought many Americans to the polls who had not voted recently, and there was a record turnout. In 2020, turnout broke the record yet again, both for the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, and President Biden won that election. In the 2021 election, there were unusually high turnouts for off-year elections to the benefit of Republicans and conservatives. You saw that, particularly in the state of Virginia, where the Republican candidates statewide were victorious, and you saw some surprising turnouts of opposition to Democrats that were reelected in the state of New Jersey. Democrats accused Republicans of wanting to keep people from voting. Why would we want to keep people from voting when we have been very successful in many large turnout elections very recently? Plus, have you seen the polls today that shows dissatisfaction with Democrats? A Republican deficit of 5 or 7 points last year, with a positive Republican versus Democrat polls this year. So we ought to stop casting doubt about American elections. Stop casting aspersions on common sense election security measures like ID supported by overwhelming numbers of Americans of all backgrounds. And by all backgrounds, I mean even people that we classify as minorities, let's work together to boost the confidence of all Americans in our elections. Let's start rejecting claims. That only way that the other party can win is by rigging elections. Let's retire the short-term strategy of falsely claiming that one of the two parties is a threat to democracy. That in and of itself is a very undemocratic position to take. This kind of rhetoric damages civil society and erodes faith in our democracy. For the sake of our country, please stop it. When Democrats last had the majority and proposed blowing up the Senate rules and the historic way that the Senate has worked, I gave a series of speeches explaining how the father of the Constitution, James Madison, intended for the Senate to be a deliberative body. In other words, a break on the hot passions that occur in the House of Representatives. I repeated my deeply held opposition to gutting the Senate process, even when my party took control of all three branches, and it would have been politically expedient in the short term. I don't know how many times President Trump brought up doing away with what we call the filibuster, or the 60-vote requirement. It was even followed by a lot of our Republican Party grassroots wanting to overcome Democrats' use of the cloture rule to block the Republican agenda during those 4 years. But I spoke out strongly against it in 2017. Over half of the current Democrat senators signed a letter calling for preservation of the current rules requiring a 60 votes to stop debate, for considering the legislation despite the use of nuclear option for nominees. I agree with President Biden's position in 2005, reflecting on the same understanding that I have of the Constitution and the role of the Senate as envisioned by James Madison. Then Senator Biden said this, quote, "That's the reason we have the rule. So when one party controls all levers of government, one man or woman can't stand on the floor of the Senate and resist the passions of the moment," end of quote. Even Senator Schumer, the majority leader, said at that time, gutting the cloture rule would be a quote-unquote doomsday for democracy. Doomsday for democracy. Now it seems like Senator Schumer invites that doomsday. Senator Durbin hit the nail on the head as recently as 2018, saying, quote, it would be the end of the Senate as it was originally devised and created, going back to our founding fathers, end of quote. I agreed then, and I agree now. Now the shoe is on the other foot, and Democrats have changed their position. Many, not for the first time. Senator Durbin has now joined the crusade of his Democratic predecessor, Stephen Douglas of Illinois, famous for debating Abraham Lincoln on the issues of slavery. But that Douglas from Illinois also proposed a Senate rule allowing a narrow majority to vote a final vote on bills. Hypocrisy is not rare in politics, on both sides of the aisle. But the fact that Democrats switch principles on such a consequential matter whenever Senate control changes from one party to the other is particularly glaring. the party of Jim Crow, which made liberal use of so-called filibuster just over a year ago to block Republicans' agendas, are now saying falsely it's a relic of Jim Crow. I do not see how they can look the voters in the eyes with no sign of embarrassment. I do not understand why the policemen of our governmental system, the media, isn't roasting them for this hypocritical power grab. I would now like to address a misconception on the cloture motion, the 60-vote requirement. The cloture motion requires 60 votes to bring consideration of legislation to finality. Just because it can be used to block legislation does not mean that the term cloture always equals a filibuster. Cloture cuts off not just debate, but the offering of amendments. Voting for cloture also is saying that the Senate has voted on enough amendments. Senators who have amendments important to their state that they want to offer should be voting against cloture to preserve their right to offer amendments as their constituents might desire. Debate and amendments are the hallmark of this democracy, not an obstacle to be swept aside in pursuit of short-term partisan agenda. When Democrats last controlled the Senate with 60 votes, and thereafter, amendment votes became very rare. Even rank-and-file Democrats lost opportunities to represent their states with amendments important to that state. Let's look at the cloture issue another way. Also, many people confuse debate over filibuster with talking nonstop to delay. That's a kind of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington filibuster, the famous movie, you know. This has nothing to do with cloture. People who talk about returning to the so-called talking filibuster are confusing two different Senate rules, both called filibuster. Senators have never had to talk until they drop from exhaustion to preserve their right to amend bills, so the talking filibuster rhetoric is nonsense. Democrats have convinced themselves, or at least their activist base, and done it falsely, that our democracy is in crisis, and so it is absurd to say only one party, unilateral governments, can save democracy. But once an exception is made, and they're talking about that exception just for this voting rights bill, but once an exception is made to the right of all senators to debate and to amend legislation, there seems to be no going back. You learned that. Democrats learned that in 2013 when they abolished the 60-vote requirement on district and circuit court judges, and they lived to regret it 4 years later when Republicans did the same thing when we had a Supreme Court justice up. It's a slippery slope that you should not let come about. I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa yield to a question.
I'm not very good at yielding, but I'll try what I can.
Thank you very much. First, thank you for coming to the floor to debate such an important issue as how to make the Senate work well as a deliberative body and how to make our country work well. But I was struck by a couple of things that you mentioned, and that is that you had stood strong fast against striking down the filibuster. And you noted how consistent you were, but you also criticized Democrats for changing position. But once an exception is made to the right of all senators to debate and to amend legislation, there seems to be no going back. You learned that. Democrats have never had to talk until they drop from exhaustion to preserve their right to amend bills, so the talking filibuster rhetoric is nonsense. But can you help my memory out on this? Because did you not vote to strike down the filibuster on Supreme Court nominations?
Yes, I did.
So you changed your position as well, you would concede, since previously you had opposed getting rid of the filibuster.
The answer is yes, but remember what I said, and I just said it, so you obviously heard me, that we warned in 2013 when I think all Republicans voted against reducing the 60 vote down for district court and circuit court judges so you could pack the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, that you'd regret that. And you have regretted it because Republicans were saying in 2017, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and we voted to reduce it then for a Supreme Court justice. And now I'm sure that from your point of view, you have a Supreme Court that's not very favorable to what you think a Supreme Court ought to be doing with the 3 people that Trump put on there. So that's where I'm coming from.
Well, I do appreciate your response, and it's so rare we actually have any sort of dialogue on the floor of the Senate. It's one of the things we've lost. I do recall in that moment that for over a year we had working groups trying to resolve the extraordinary new level of cloture motions on President Obama's nominations. It concluded in a meeting in the old Senate chamber where the agreement was reached to stop doing that. And then, as you point out, Mitch McConnell came to the floor and he said, it doesn't matter the quality of the individual who is nominated, I will not let any judge be considered for these 3 vacancies. That is a completely unprecedented new element that was brought in to bear on that particular conversation. So to just kind of illuminate some of the details that were left out. I was also struck by another thing you said, which is that the filibuster is not a relic of Jim Crow. And I was struck about that because from 1891 through 1965, so we are talking over 80 years, the only thing that was blocked in the U.S. Senate by filibuster was civil rights for Black Americans. Given that, wouldn't you say it's fair for us to say that the filibuster in that history was indeed a relic of Jim Crow?
You know who controlled the Senate during that period of time on the issue you brought up, and it's the Democrats, senators from the South. And remember that when the Civil Rights Act of 1965 was passed, that there was a higher percentage of Republicans than Democrats that voted for it. And the one person that made a difference in getting the Civil Rights Act passed was Senator Dirksen, the Republican leader. Now, I'm going to have to end this discussion with you but I want to say one thing. Why would you want to expand this precedent that's set by Democrats into legislation and weaken bipartisanship? That's where you got to leave it. It's a slippery slope. You may want to do it just for a Voting Rights Act, but it's going to go further.
Thank you for your responding to my questions. I appreciate that. Mr. President.
The senator from Oregon.
I think I'll start just by returning to the 1800s. And a senator from Massachusetts, Senator Sumner. Now, Senator Sumner later played a key role in civil rights debates, which is why I'm returning that story, and it's a story about the Senate floor. Sumner gave a speech about Kansas being admitted into the Union, and he was a Republican senator who called out 2 Democratic senators, insulting one of them, and a representative from the House of Representatives on the other end of this corridor came over here. His name was Preston Brooks, and he took considerable offense. And he proceeded to come to the Senate floor and cane Senator Sumner. And Senator Sumner was gravely injured. But he did recovering slowly, served for another 18 years, which leads me to the fact that he proceeded to put forward civil rights legislation in 1875. And 1875, 150 years ago, almost 150 years ago, 145 years ago. And so he argued after the Civil War that our black Americans were being discriminated against, and it needed to end. That anyone should go into any public accommodation and be treated equally here in the United States of America. A constitution that says all men, and let's include women, are created equally. So he put forward this bill, and it said that every person gets equal access to theaters, to public schools, to churches, to cemeteries, equal opportunity to serve in jury duty, and that any suits brought in this regard would be tried in federal court, not state court, so we could enforce a federal standard of non-discrimination across this land. Now, Sumner died of a heart attack in 1874. So he had put forward this originally as an amendment, actually an introduction in 1870, a bill, and he died before it could be passed. And as he was dying, he pleaded to Frederick Douglass and others at his bedside, "You must take care of my civil rights bill." And in the months following his death, the Senate did act. And they supported that bill, and it was passed into law in 1875. At that moment, it would be hard to envision that after I was born, we would still be fighting for equal access to public accommodations. The Senate passed that bill, and it made it into law in 1875. But the Supreme Court of the United States struck down that law 8 years later. Boom. Equal access in America, supported by the elected representatives of the House and the Senate, was blown to smithereens by a Supreme Court of the United States of America. Well, that did set stage for another civil rights battle, and it was 1890. It was after Benjamin Harrison's successful presidential campaign, in which he promised election reform, election integrity. Because you see, anyone looking at our republic would know that we are all affected, no matter what state we come from, by the integrity of the elections in the other states. There has to be integrity of all of them for this U.S. Senate to have integrity. There has to be integrity in all of the state elections for that House of Representatives down the hall to have integrity. So, Benjamin Harris was elected, campaigning on this type of reform. And there was a senator, Senator George Hoar, who championed an amendment or an attempt to bolster national protections for federal elections. It was particularly targeted at stopping voter suppression that had really arisen in the southern part of the United States following the Civil War. So this bill, known commonly as the Lodge Bill, also known as the Federal Elections Bill, it passed the House of Representatives in 1890. And what did this bill do? It allowed citizens from any district to petition a federal circuit court to appoint federal supervisors for congressional elections in case of efforts to suppress the vote by local officials. It permitted the federal government to appoint supervisors to oversee all phases of federal election, including voter registration and certification of election results, to make sure there were no shenanigans at the state level that would corrupt the core vision of equal representation, the core foundation of integrity in elections. It is the foundation of the vision of the legitimacy and the production of government of, by, and for the people. And this bill even enabled federal election supervisors to request deputy U.S. marshals as necessary to protect the ballot box for every citizen to have access. And it passed the House of Representatives. And it came here to the Senate, and it failed because they couldn't get unanimous consent to close debate. At that time, there was no cloture motion. The senators in 1805 have gotten rid of the prior question rule, which would have allowed debate to be closed, because they had a social contract. That social contract was that we listen to everyone to get their perspectives. People can speak not once but twice on a question. They can speak for as long as we're going to listen to everyone, and then we take a vote. That was the social contract. But this filibuster broke that social contract because everyone was listened to, but you couldn't get unanimous consent to close debate. And so the bill died. It had the support of the people of the United States of America through their elected representatives down the hall. It had the support of this Senate to protect the fundamental right to vote in our nation by the majority of this body, here, the U.S. Senate. But the social contract was broken to block black Americans from voting, to allow states and local election officials to rig the registration system so you could never sign up, to allow intimidators to gather at the polls to keep black Americans from getting through them to put their ballot in the box. You know, I'd like to say that all traces of inequality in voting are gone from America. I'd like to say that. And indeed, that was reasonably true through recent years before the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, because any changes in your voting rules had to be pre-approved in states that had engaged in these intimidating practices. I'd say reasonably true, because the real fact is there was still a significant blemish in our elections. And that is, on election day, in certain states and certain precincts, there was a game being played to make it harder for some citizens to vote than other citizens to vote. And the game worked like this. If you have an area where you want low turnout, you proceed to create a big precinct so that there's a lot of people who have to go to that one place to vote. And if you have a desire to encourage the people in another precinct to vote, a white precinct, you create smaller precincts so the voting line won't be as long. And then there were other tricks, like, for example, understaffing the voting precinct where it's predominantly black Americans to make it harder for them to vote, and making sure you staff really well the precinct where you want the white Americans to vote. And there were other tricks as well. For example, relocating the voting location in the black precinct so that people go to the wrong place. Or putting it where parking is virtually impossible, so it's much harder to get to the poll. Or putting out false information about the date and the location of the voting. These things are all wrong. Voter suppression exists today. And it was powerful to see how a couple tools have greatly reduced those tricks and traps. One of those tools is early voting. If you have an early voting period, it's hard to create long lines. It's hard to sustain wrong information about where to go. It's very difficult to deny people the ability to vote simply by having too few staffers. Even more so, vote by mail is powerful. Now, we have Republican states like Utah that have vote by mail, and they love it, and it elects Republicans. And you have more blue states like Oregon that have vote by mail, and they love it, and that's my home state. And I was really struck when I was first running for the Oregon State Legislature. Was 1998, and we still voted at the precincts voting polls, except the Republican Party had said we can increase turnout if we get all the Republicans to sign up for absentee ballots. And so they got a high percent of Republicans to sign up for absentee ballots. And then the Democrats said, well, okay, yeah, we can get Democrats to sign up for absentee ballots. And so 50% of the electorate in 1998 in Oregon was voting by mail and 50% at the polls. And as I went door to door on my first race for the Oregon House and asked people what they liked and what they didn't like, they normally said, what I really hate is that we have too many potholes. I'm not happy with City Hall. And what I really like is my absentee ballot. And I'd say, well, why is that? And they said, well, you know, I don't have to worry about where to park, and I don't have to worry about long lines. And you know what else? It's a complicated set of issues under an initiative system we have in Oregon, and I like to be able to sit at my table, study them, discuss them with my spouse, have my children come to the table and see what we're doing. Well, these two tools really opened the doors to the election process in the last election. And the response of my Republican colleagues was, oh no, we can't let that happen. We don't want those people to vote. We better rein in vote by mail. We better rein in voter registration. Georgia got rid of voter registration in between the main election and the runoff because 70,000 plus Georgians registered during that period, and they think it helped Democrats more than Republicans. So in a prejudicial way, they said, let's make registration harder. Well, it's not acceptable in our country to erect barriers for targeted communities. Not for Black Americans, not for Hispanic Americans, not for college students, not for young voters, and not for Native American reservations, not for anyone. But why are those groups being targeted in a surgical way by the strategies in state after state after state with Republican legislatures and Republican governors? Because those constituencies tend to vote more often for Democrats than Republicans. So they are stealing the vote of millions of Americans. They are corrupting the election process for millions of Americans. And we stand here today in the Senate with the same issue that we were debating in 1890 and 91. The House said set national standards so every American can vote, and the Senate would not give unanimous consent to get to a final vote, and contributed to 8+ decades of discrimination in our country, of corrupted elections in our country, until the Voting Rights Act of 1965. I see a colleague here preparing to speak. And I haven't even begun my real speech yet. But I'm going to close to hand the floor to him, my colleague from Maryland. But let me summarize a couple points before I do so. I believe the Senate is far better off when the minority has the power to slow things down. I think that is value to be able to have leverage to get amendments, to be able to negotiate a compromise, to be able to make sure a technical bill has been examined by experts and you understand what it really does, to make sure we've seen all the provisions, to make sure the public's seen all the provisions, to make sure the press has been able to investigate the provisions. All of that's incredibly positive. And it's why, whether I've been in the minority or been in the majority, I have argued we need to sustain 60 votes to close debate. And I still hold that position now, 60 votes to close debate by a vote. There have traditionally been 4 ways that a debate on the floor comes to a conclusion. The first is a break in the debate. At that point, I was struck when I asked the experts, is the chair allowed to call the question? And I was told not only can they call the question, they have the responsibility to call the question when there's a break in the debate. So a break in the debate is one. The second is by unanimous consent. Everyone agrees, we've been at this long enough, let's do 4 more amendments and then go to final passage. And there's a unanimous consent agreement to do that. And we still do that quite often. The third is to have a vote on closing debate, and we have to get 60 votes. It's not a ratio of those who show up to vote. So the irony is those who want to debate often don't show up. You can have a vote 59-5 and the 59 lose. You have to get 60 votes. So the problem, and the fourth is Rule 19, which says every senator gets to speak twice. Now, as far as I'm aware, there's never been a debate in the U.S. Senate that was finally brought to a close by everyone using up their 2 speeches. But it always hovers there, saying there is an eventual ability to vote on the question. These are the 4 traditional strategies. We need to apply those 4 strategies to a period of debate addressing final passage of the bill. The cloture motion would still be there. The possibility of a UC would still be there. A break in the debate would still be a break in the debate, and a UC would be UC. All 4 tools would still be there, but we'd be addressing final passage. Because the problem we have, the little kind of behind-the-scenes complexity of Senate rules, is that in the modern Senate, there is always a pending amendment. So you can't actually get to final passage unless you have a period of debate dedicated to final passage. A break in the debate would call the question on the amendment, not final passage. This means that those who want more debate could hold the floor for weeks and weeks on something they are determined to keep presenting to the American public. But it brings in the public. It brings in the public. They can weigh in on whether we are heroes or whether we're bums. They can weigh in on amendments we say we're going to bring up the next day. They can help us understand how folks back home feel. There is no public in the no-show, no-effort, invisible filibuster that we have had since 1975. There's no public. And there are no amendments, because amendments require supermajority closed debate, and someone says, well, my amendment, I'm not going to agree to that till my amendment gets up. There's no longer a social contract that you do your amendment, I'll do my amendment, we'll all do them, they'll all be on topic, it's gone. And so the number of amendments has dropped tenfold between the 109th Congress and the 116th Congress. The number of amendments dropped more than tenfold over that time period. Instead, the floor managers negotiate, the leaders negotiate, they produce a list and then ask everyone to agree to that list, and someone objects. You left out my amendment. So we, a room full of former House members and industry leaders, former governors, former speakers of their state House or presidents of their state Senate, all this talent sitting around here, people who have engaged in complexes, do nothing day after day after day while the invisible, no-show, no-effort filibuster destroys debate in the Senate of the United States of America. It is our responsibility to restore debate to this chamber, to restore amendments. So the advantages of the restoration are, number one, that you have amendments. Number two, that you have public debate. And number three, perhaps most important, you have an incentive for both sides to negotiate. Because under the no-show, no-effort, invisible filibuster that we've had since 1975, the minority of either side says, if I can get 41 of our minority members to agree not to close debate, and all they have to do is not even show up to vote, or show up to vote if they like, but vote no, then the majority can never get anything done. And won't that enhance our political power in the minority party? That's an almost irresistible temptation in the tribal partisan warfare of today. So each minority is tempted into basically exercising a veto over the majority party's policy agenda. That is an eye for an eye, makes the whole world blind strategy. The Democrats sabotage the Republican majority. The Republicans sabotage the Democratic majority. But under the public filibuster, not only is the public involved, but the minority has to maintain continuous debate, which can be hard, so they have an incentive to negotiate. And the majority, seeing the time burned up that they need for other things, other policy bills and nominations, they have an incentive to negotiate. So you get amendments, you get the public involved, and most important, you recreate an incentive to negotiate. That is the reinvigorated filibuster strategy, the talking filibuster, or call it the public filibuster, or just call it extended debate on final passage of the bill. Whatever you call it, it is better than the paralysis and partisanship that are destroying the Senate's ability to address the questions that face this nation. And there is no more important question than defending the right of every citizen to vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start by thanking our colleague, the senator from Oregon, Senator Merkley, for his leadership in working to restore the functioning of the Senate and to protect our democracy. And we need both, and we need them now. Mr. President, it was just 12 days ago that we marked the one-year anniversary of the January 6th attack on this Capitol and on our democracy itself. It was a violent attempt to stop Congress from certifying the presidential election of Joe Biden and to overturn the decision of the American people. And it was inspired and instigated by the former president. And while that assault did not succeed in stopping us from counting the vote that day, the big lie did not die. In fact, the big lie has metastasized, it has spread, and its poison is seeping across the country. It is now taking the form of Republican-controlled state legislatures enacting laws that erect new barriers to the ballot box. And let's be clear, they are erecting barriers specifically designed to make it harder for people of color and younger voters to cast their ballots. As we saw in a federal circuit court case a number of years ago with respect to North Carolina, the court found that the state legislature had targeted African American voters with surgical precision. Dr. King observed that voting is, quote, the foundation stone for political action. And he also observed that when the right to vote is impeded, a tragic betrayal of the highest mandates of our democratic tradition are betrayed. And what we see happening in state legislatures are not just efforts to put up barriers to the ballot box. They're also passing laws to authorize partisan operatives to interfere in the counting of the votes, and even to overturn the result after the count. So laws to interfere with the casting of the votes and laws to interfere with the counting of the votes. That's what's happening right now, and 19 legislatures around the country have already enacted these kinds of laws. So, Mr. President, yes, our democracy was under attack right here on January 6th of last year. But 1 year later, the evidence is clear. The big lie is alive, and our democracy is still under attack. It's under attack by those seeking to implement the big lie in state legislatures. It's just the venue that has changed. When we reconvened here after the attacks of January 6th, I said on this floor that what we witnessed is what happens when we don't stand up together as Democrats and Republicans to confront the big lie. Now, over a year later, we have another chance to stand up together. To meet this moment and to protect our democracy, we need to take action here and now. That's what the Freedom to Vote Act does. It establishes minimum standards to ensure equal access to the ballot box across the country. It guards against partisan election meddling. It ends gerrymandering nationwide, and it ends secret money in elections. And it contains the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to restore the protections guaranteed in the Voting Rights Act of 1965. That's what it does. And, Mr. President, we are well within our rights as federal lawmakers to write and pass these bills. The relevant portion of Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution, I have that here, clearly states the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations. The Constitution specifically empowers us to pass these laws to protect voting. So enough of the specious argument I've heard so many times here on the Senate floor that these bills somehow represent an unconstitutional power grab. Far from it, the framers expressly empower the Congress to protect federal elections. Now, all 50 members of the Democratic majority, the Democratic caucus, support these bills to protect our democracy. I'm disappointed that as of this moment, not one member of the Senate Republican caucus plans to join us. In fact, we know that there are 16 Republican senators here today who voted in 2006 to reauthorize the Voting Rights Act. Today, not a single Republican senator will stand up and support these bills. Mr. President, that's a very sad and bad sign of this moment in our history. I accept that each and every senator has the right to cast their vote on bills however they choose. That's the way democracy works. But what is happening now is very different. Republican senators are using the current version of the Senate rules to block a vote on these vital measures to protect our democracy, to prevent this body from having a final vote on the Freedom to Vote legislation and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Enhancement Act. So, Mr. President, let's step back and look at how the current version of the Senate rules operate in practice. And I say current rules because the Senate rules have evolved over time, as our colleague from Oregon has mentioned. They have taken many twists and turns over the years. And in their current form and practice, they have departed radically from their original purpose and design. Today, with some exceptions, 41 out of 100 senators can block the other 59 from voting on legislation that's important to the American people. Over the last year, this Senate rule has been used to block bills that enact common sense gun safety provisions, provide for equal pay for equal work, and many other bills have been blocked from even getting a vote under the current Senate rules. So let's unpack this. Let's understand what this means. Right now, under our rules, it's possible for 41 senators representing 21 states and 11% of the United States population to block the will of 50 senators representing 84% of the U.S. population. Think about that. Under our current rules, senators representing a small percentage of the population, 11%, can block the will of the majority. So how did this happen? Well, it happened because over time, not at the beginning, but over time, senators decided to empower themselves at the expense of the American people. It wasn't always this way. As I said, in its earliest days, the Senate was founded on two principles. The first was that senators would have ample opportunity to make their case to their fellow senators and to the country. If they had the minority position on a particular issue, they had a chance to come here to the floor of the Senate to persuade their colleagues of the merits of their position. And maybe in the process, have the whole country turn to their side of the debate and influence the ultimate result. So the senators were given the opportunity for prolonged debate to ensure that all opinions were heard and considered before the final vote. In fact, as my colleague from Oregon mentioned, each senator was able to deliver 2 speeches on a particular question on a single legislative day. But after all the views were heard, after prolonged debate was ended, the Senate would move to a majority vote. That is how the Senate earned its reputation as the world's greatest deliberative body. Nothing could be further from the truth, that truth today. We have very little debate on the Senate floor today, real debate where senators engage on the big questions of the day. In fact, the minority of senators who oppose legislation pending before the Senate can block it without even coming to the Senate floor to debate. They don't even have to come here to make their case to their fellow senators or the American people. Don't even have to show up to debate. We're talking about a Senate rule that was designed to encourage debate, and yet we have it operating today where nobody has to even show up on this floor to make their position known. And it's not that senators don't even have to show up to debate. They don't even have to show up for the debate, for the vote to cut off debate. Under our current rules, we could have a vote right here in the Senate of 59 to nothing in favor of moving forward on legislation, and the 41 senators who didn't even show up would carry the day. They would block the 59 from expressing the will of the American people. How crazy is that? That's what the current Senate rules provide. Mr. President, that is not what the founders of our republic envisioned. In fact, the current version and application of the Senate's rules amount to a total perversion of the constitutional framework. These rules pervert the intent of our framers, and they undermine the democratic architecture of our republic. Our founders never intended for a minority of senators, for 41 senators, to be able to thwart the will of the majority and of the people. In Federalist 22, Alexander Hamilton asserted that the fundamental maxim of Republican government was, quote, the sense of the majority should prevail. unquote. And even more clearly right on point was James Madison in Federalist 58, where he directly warned against requiring more than a majority for a decision in the legislature, saying, quote, the fundamental principle of free government would be reversed. It would be no longer the majority that would rule, the power would be transferred to the minority, unquote. This is James Madison, key architect of our Constitution and the framework of this republic. Now, Mr. President, we know it's true that the framers of our Constitution knew the dangers of overly powerful majorities. And they wanted to and did guard against that risk in the Constitution itself. That's why the framers diffused power among the people, among the states, and within the federal government to protect minority viewpoints in the country. In the Bill of Rights, our founders clearly said that each American has certain unalienable rights that no government action can take away, not by a vote of this Congress, not by an order of the president, not by anybody in the executive branch. That's the Bill of Rights. Our founders also created 3 co-equal branches of government, constrained by a system of checks and balances. It's all right here in the Constitution. And within the legislative branch, they didn't create one unitary body like most parliaments today. They created 2 separate bodies, the Senate and the House of Representatives, and a totally independent executive branch with the president directly elected by the people through the Electoral College. Now, Mr. President, I think it's worth pointing out that the Senate contains built-in protections for the minority by its very structure. The 2 senators from Wyoming represent 578,000 of our fellow Americans. The 2 senators from California represent 39 million of our fellow Americans. 2 senators from Wyoming represent 578,000 people. 2 senators from California represent 39 million Americans. But here in the Senate, each of those senators, whether from Wyoming or California, have votes of equal weight. We can do the math, the political math. People of Wyoming are already exerting influence here in the Senate way out of proportion to their share of the American population. That's in the structure. But if you layer the current version of the Senate filibuster rule on top of the Senate structure and on top of the other protections for minority rights enshrined in our Constitution, you further nullify the will of the American people. You nullify the will of the majority of our fellow citizens. That's why the anti-majoritarian, anti-democratic small d Senate rule is nowhere to be found in the Constitution. You can search high and low, it's nowhere to be found here. In fact, as I said, our founders were very clear about allowing the majority sentiment and vote to prevail in the end. And they were very clear in this document, the Constitution, exactly when to require a supermajority vote. It's right here. 2/3 vote of all members is required to convict and remove a president. A 2/3 vote is needed to expel a senator. 2/3 needed to override a presidential veto. 2/3 vote to concur on treaties. 2/3 to amend the Constitution. That's it. That's what's in the Constitution of the United States. Our founders did not envision a Senate where the normal course of legislative process and business could be permanently blocked. by a minority of senators. There's nothing in here about needing 60 out of 100 votes to pass legislation like the Freedom to Vote Act. There's nothing in our Constitution about a Senate where 41 out of 100 senators can routinely block the will of the majority and subvert the will of the American people. James Madison expressly warned against requiring supermajorities for legislation. Yes for treaties. Yes for removal of a president. Not for the normal course of legislation. So where did the current Senate rule come from? It is a total invention of senators that empowers individual senators by disempowering the overwhelming majority of the American people. That's what it is. Think about this in the context of the Freedom to Vote Act. The duly elected President of the United States won over 80 million votes, won the Electoral College, is in favor of it. A majority of the House of Representatives, representing the majority of the American people, is in favor of it. 50 United States senators representing 62% of the American people are in favor of it. But the bill is being blocked by a minority of senators representing a minority of the American people. And think about this, Mr. President. State legislatures around the country, as we gather here, are passing laws to erect barriers to voting by a majority vote. The laws they are passing impact every citizen in this country because they impact the outcome of federal elections. When state legislatures in Georgia pass laws to disenfranchise voters in federal elections, they are disenfranchising voters in all of the other 49 states who have a stake in the outcome of federal elections. But the current version of the Senate rules prevent the United States Senate from casting a majority vote to protect voting for every American, even though the Constitution expressly empowers us to do that, to regulate federal elections. So, Mr. President, what arguments do proponents of the current filibuster rule present to justify this self-anointed power to thwart the majority will of the American people? One claim is that it promotes bipartisanship. Look, I know, Mr. President, I know the senator from Virginia who has joined us, I know the senator from Oregon. All of us prefer to find common ground to meet the challenges of the day when we can. I am proud to be the author of many bipartisan measures and to sponsor many others and to vote for many of those measures. But let's not kid ourselves here in the United States Senate about the ability of the 60 vote requirement to promote bipartisanship. The Senate we are living in today is the most polarized ever. The claim that this rule promotes bipartisanship flies in the face of the reality we witness every day. In fact, the filibuster in its current form has become a partisan political weapon. Tim Lau of the Brennan Center notes that while there have been more than 2,000 filibusters since 1917, about half of them have been in just the past 12 years. Think about that. There were more filibusters in President Obama's second term than in all the years between World War I and the end of the Reagan administration combined. This abuse has led to partisan gridlock, not bipartisan cooperation. But, Mr. President, let's talk about bipartisanship. We had hoped, that action to preserve our democracy would be a bipartisan endeavor. But that isn't where we are today, and that's not new. The battle to protect constitutional rights has been waged along party lines in the past. The 14th Amendment, which guaranteed citizenship to former slaves and guarantees equal protection of the law, was passed by Republicans in Congress with almost no bipartisan support. We salute them for that action. The 15th Amendment guarantees the right to vote to all citizens of the United States, and it was passed by one party and one party alone. Those actions were taken by the old Republican Party that used to be the party of Lincoln. Should we have sacrificed those critical amendments at the altar of bipartisanship? Should we have said to them, don't pass them because no Democrats at that time support them? Of course not. We all strive for bipartisanship, but that goal should not stand in the way of legislative action, especially on issues central to protecting our democracy. Another argument often made, including by many of our Democratic colleagues, in favor of keeping the current version of the Senate rules and the supermajority requirement highlights the risk of giving up the, quote, protection of the filibuster on issues that Democrats hold dear and where Republicans hold a different position. If we eliminate the 60-vote threshold to pass policies that Republicans don't like, won't Republicans be able to use a majority vote to pass policies that Democrats don't like? That's true. That's the nature of democracy. That's what elections are for. Every 2 years for members of the House, every 6 years for the Senate, every 4 years for the president. The American people don't like a law that we've passed. They get to go to the ballot box to render a decision. That is the ultimate accountability in the system. And we should not be erecting artificial rules to protect ourselves from the majority views of the American people. In fact, it's simply arrogant to invent a rule that blocks the will of the American people. It's simply arrogant to say that we senators, not we the people, are the guardians of our democracy. And we're going to come up with this rule that's not in the Constitution to do that. That's what our current Senate rules do. Now, Mr. President, there is one major exception to the 60-vote rule to end the filibuster on legislation. It's called the reconciliation process. I believe that this major exception exposes the absurdity of the current Senate rule itself. Most folks watching this debate may be justifiably confused. They're watching the Senate and they're saying, God, it was about a year ago that the Senate passed the American Rescue Plan with a majority vote. It was a vote of 50 to 49. It was a major piece of legislation responding to the pandemic emergency. Not a single Republican senator voted for it, but it passed. During the Trump administration, Senate Republicans passed a major tax giveaway to the rich by a vote of 51 to 48. Not a single Democrat voted for it. Those laws contain major policy changes, but they could not be blocked by a vote of a minority of 41 senators. Why is that? It's because in 1974, the Senate carved out a major exception to the supermajority filibuster rule for legislation connected to the annual budget process. That carve-out, that procedure, allowed for the passage of the Trump tax law, for the American Rescue Plan, and earlier for the Affordable Care Act. So, colleagues, here we are maintaining this carve-out to the filibuster rule that allows Donald Trump and Senate Republicans to pass big tax cuts by a majority party line vote. You can't block it with a vote of 41. It allows us to pass important things like the American Rescue Plan using the same procedure, but our rules don't allow us to pass bills to protect our democracy. That's absurd. Anyone paying close attention to the rules would see how absurd that is in a great democracy. And it needs to change, and it needs to change now. Each day that we maintain the current undemocratic Senate rules that allows 41 senators to block the will of the majority, we allow state legislatures to continue their assault on democracy. And we prevent our own democracy from working the way it was intended. Mr. President, the American people sent us here to get things done, to move the country forward, and the overwhelming majority of them are crying out for us to protect the future of our democracy. That's why we must amend the undemocratic rule that empowers 41 of 100 senators to disempower the majority of the people in our country. And I support the proposals put forward by our colleague from Oregon, Senator Merkley, that takes us back to the original design and intent of the first Senate and the framers. Debate. Everyone gets a chance to make their point. Convince your colleagues, convince the American people. But as James Madison said, at the end of the day, a great democracy must have a majority rule subject to the conditions already applied and set out in our Constitution. So I urge my colleagues to join us in restoring the Senate to its original purpose and then to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, including the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, to protect our democracy. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I gave a long speech.
To the senator, we are in a quorum.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week I gave a long, detailed speech on the topic that was at hand last week, and it's the topic right now that we're focusing on here in the United States Senate. Voting rights and the majority leader's goal this week, as it was last week, to blow up the legislative filibuster. I believe it'll be the first time in U.S. history that a majority leader actually sought to do this, to blow up the legislative filibuster, which in and of itself says a lot. This would, of course, change the Senate, change the country forever. A lot of speeches on that. There will be many more speeches today, tomorrow, Thursday on these important topics. Now, the President of the United States weighed in on these two topics, the filibuster and voting rights, in Georgia, in a speech last week that, Mr. President, is already going down as an infamous speech by a President of the United States. Let's just say it didn't really go very well, the President's speech. I ask all Americans to take a look at it. It's quite disturbing for a whole host of reasons. The President's speech was almost universally panned, on the left even, on the right, in the center. I have not seen one U.S. senator come down on the floor this week to defend it. It'll be interesting as we debate these issues, if anyone does, but I doubt there will be. And there are many reasons for this. As a speech by a president, it was remarkably divisive. In essence, calling every senator, Democrat or Republican, who doesn't agree with him a racist and a traitor. Read the speech. It was historically absurd, invoking the sacrifices of the Civil War and heroes like Abraham Lincoln and villains like Jefferson Davis to present-day circumstances. It was profoundly unpresidential, as Senator McConnell stated, rhetoric completely unbecoming of a president of the United States, and as an attempt to get senators, especially Democrat senators, to vote the way in which President Biden wants them to vote. It appears to have been a monumental failure. Now, I wonder why, Mr. President. Well, of course, here's why. Calling someone a racist and traitor is not the normal, logical route to try to persuade one to come over to your side. And neither, Mr. President, is claiming that Republican senators and Republican legislators in states and Republican state voting laws are so-called Jim Crow 2.0. When your very own state's laws, in terms of voting, are some of the most restrictive in the country. This is a narrative I hope our friends in the media will keep an eye on during the debates this week. What am I talking about, Mr. President? Well, first and foremost, I'm talking about Majority Leader Schumer and Joe Biden and their states, New York and Delaware, which have some of the most restrictive voting laws in America. Let me repeat that. Some of the most restrictive voting laws in America come from the majority leader state and the President of the United States state. And yet, listen to their rhetoric. Listen to their rhetoric. Republicans in Republican states are, quote, Jim Crow 2.0. Mr. President, I was on the floor last week talking in particular detail about my state's laws. And we're all different states here, but I know my state's laws. I know them well as it relates to voting rights. And here's one thing I said last week. in some of the most critical issues in terms of voting rights legislation: early in-person voting, automatic voter registration, and this chart here, no excuse absentee voting. The Republican state of Alaska, the great state of Alaska, has voting laws that are significantly more expansive than the laws of New York, than the laws of Delaware, than the laws of Connecticut, than the laws of Massachusetts, and the laws of New Hampshire. It is a long list, Mr. President, a long list. And you can see why senators like me, my constituents in particular, find it more than just a little bit annoying when you have these smug arguments of Republican states being Jim Crow 2.0. Let me give you another particular one as it relates to New York, the majority leader's home state. My state has no excuse absentee voting. We've had that for many, many years. Many years. Now, the state of New York just had a statewide referendum to have same-day voter registration and no excuse absentee voting to meet the high standards that we have in Alaska. Now, the people of New York recently rejected that. I don't know why. I'm not from New York. I'm sure they had what they thought were good reasons to do that. But if the majority leader keeps coming down calling Republican states that restrict voting Jim Crow 2.0, is he going to go to Times Square and call his own constituents Jim Crow 2.0 relative to my great state? Because they just rejected doing this, restricting voting rights, according to the logic of the majority leader and the President of the United States. There's something really wrong here, Mr. President, on these arguments. And it's not just New York, and it's not just me making these arguments about where other states are. And again, my argument here is not to say, well, everybody should be like Alaska. In the Constitution, the founders gave the states the fundamental right and obligation and responsibility to design their state's laws in terms of voting. But what is really difficult to swallow is that so many of the arguments we're going to hear this week, and we heard last week, and we heard from the President of the United States, come from elected officials, U.S. senators, and the President, a former senator, who come from states who have some of the most least restrictive voting laws in the country. And again, Mr. President, it's not just me making this argument. This is an article, Mr. President, I submitted for the record last week from the Atlantic magazine. The Atlantic magazine, not a Republican mouthpiece by any measure. I'm going to read extensively from this article. Came out last year because it really makes the point I'm trying to make. Quote, Biden has assailed Georgia's new voting law as an atrocity akin to Jim Crow in the 21st century for the impact it could have on black citizens. But even once the GOP passed measure takes effect, Georgia citizens will have far more opportunities to vote before Election Day than their counterparts in the president's home state, where 1 in 3 residents is black or Latino. To Republicans, Biden's criticism of the Georgia law smacks of hypocrisy. They have a point, says Dwayne Bensing, a voting rights advocate with Delaware's ACLU affiliate. The state is playing catch-up, the state of Delaware, in a lot of ways. The article goes on, Mr. President. Quote, Delaware isn't an anomaly among Democrat state strongholds. And its example presents the president's party with an uncomfortable reminder. Although Democrats like to call out Republicans for trying to suppress voting, the states they control in the Northeast make casting a ballot more difficult than anywhere else. Mr. President, I'm going to read that again. I'm going to read that again. Because it's an issue that no one's talking about. And it really smacks of hypocrisy when I see some of my colleagues down here making these great arguments about Jim Crow 2.0 in Republican states. Here it is again. The Atlantic. Quote, Delaware isn't an anomaly among Democratic state strongholds. And its example presents the president's party with an uncomfortable reminder. Although Democrats like to call out Republicans for trying to suppress voting, the states they control in the Northeast make casting a ballot more difficult than anywhere else, unquote. Then the article goes on to say, quote, Connecticut has no early voting at all. Holy cow, my state has early voting. We've had it for years. And New York's onerous rules force voters to change their registration months in advance if they want to participate in a party primary. And by the way, New York just rejected what Alaska has. Jim Crow 2.0 in New York, who knows? Maybe, according to the president's logic. The article goes on. In Rhode Island, Democrats enacted a decade ago the kind of photo ID law that the Democratic Party has labeled, quote, racist when drafted by Republicans. A little bit of hypocrisy there. Article goes on. The state, Rhode Island, also requires voters to get the signatures of not one but two witnesses when casting an absentee ballot. Only Alabama and North Carolina are similarly strict. Article goes on. According to a new analysis released this week by the Nonpartisan Center for Election Innovation and Research, Delaware, Connecticut, and New York rank in the bottom thirds of states in their access to early and mail-in balloting. And as I just said, New York just rejected it again. Really wonder if the majority leader is going to come down and call his citizens Jim Crow 2.0. Mr. President, it's a very important issue. And here's the bottom line. Before any of my Democratic colleagues come to the floor this week with their insults, with their smug, offensive, inaccurate arguments about Jim Crow 2.0, racist traitors, mimicking the President of the United States last week in Georgia, I want my colleagues to come and answer this simple question, a very simple question. Why should we listen to you? Why should any American take you seriously when so many of you come from states with the most restrictive voting laws in America? I wonder if any of my colleagues are going to come down to the floor, particularly those like the majority leader, who love to rant about Jim Crow 2.0, when their states are leading the charge in America on restrictive voting. I yield the floor.
Majority Whip.
Last weekend, and yesterday particularly, we celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It's likely that if you attended any event in that celebration, you heard at least part of his I Have a Dream speech. Many of us in the chamber happily quoted it because of our respect for him and the eloquence of his language in that moment. We like to remember the hopeful second half of that speech as well, because Dr. King imagines a future in which black children and white children play together, and all people are judged, as he so famously said, not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. However, many often forget or worse ignore the first half of the speech, in which Dr. King noted the painful irony that 100 years after President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, the quote, promissory note of our Constitution and Declaration of Independence for black Americans, he said simply, it's become a bad check, which has come back marked insufficient funds. An earlier generation of Republicans and Democratic senators had the courage and the conscience to face and begin to change that shameful act. It was here on the floor of this chamber in 1965 that the United States Senate voted 77-19 to pass the Voting Rights Act, outlawing state practices that denied millions of Americans, particularly black Americans, the right to vote. It is worth noting that it was a strong bipartisan vote and that percentage-wise, a greater number of Republicans than Democrats voted in support of it. The white Democrats from the South were notorious at that time for opposing it and opposing the civil rights movement. Well, over the next nearly 50 years, the Voting Rights Act was reauthorized 5 times, and that bipartisanship continued during the entire period. Each new version of the Voting Rights Act renewed the promise and the protections of that law, and each reauthorization was signed into law by a Republican president. Sadly, in more recent years, things have changed in an awful way. We have witnessed a sustained effort to chip away the protections guaranteed to every American under the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Mr. President, I grew up in East St. Louis, Illinois, and a trip to St. Louis was a big deal. And I can remember my mother, who was an immigrant to this country, had only an 8th grade education, though she had self-taught herself into a much higher level of learning. But I can remember my mother always pointing out the St. Louis courthouse to me. If you're familiar with the terrain, the arch wasn't there when I was growing up, but where that arch is today, just behind it, is this famous St. Louis courthouse. And we'd be driving over the Eads Bridge, and she'd say to me, now you see that St. Louis courthouse up there? That big white building, you see it? And you see all those steps that you can see from here? Yes? They used to sell slaves on those steps. I found it incredible that my mom would say that. She was not a historian, or as I mentioned, formally educated, but she knew that, and she knew that was the significance of that building. It was also the courthouse where the Dred Scott decision was argued. I say that because the Dred Scott decision, that infamous decision handed down in 1857, may have been the tipping point when it came to our Civil War. A decision by that court, now viewed as nothing short of outrageous, basically ruled that enslaved people, regardless of where they lived in the United States, could never be treated as American citizens and had no right to sue in the federal courts of America. Despite state decisions to have free states and slave states, despite the Missouri Compromise, the Supreme Court in the Dred Scott decision basically came down clearly on the side of enslavement and said that for example, the Missouri court doctrine of once free, always free did not help Harriet and Dred Scott, who had had the good fortune to live in free states as part of their lives. That decision by the Supreme Court was a seminal decision in the history of our country. It's often noted the role that it played in the events that transpired afterwards. I think of that decision when I think of what has happened in recent years in the Supreme Court. 9 years ago, in 2013, the Supreme Court issued its decision in Shelby County versus Holder. That Supreme Court decision essentially nullified a key provision of the Voting Rights Act, Section 5. Prior to the court's ruling in Shelby County, Section 5 required that localities with a track record of disenfranchising voters of color through tactics like poll taxes and literacy tests would have to seek federal approval for any changes they made to their voting rules. That requirement is known as pre-clearance, and it could have, I believe it would have, prevented many of the restrictive voting provisions being enacted in states like Georgia and Texas today. Just this past summer, the Supreme Court weakened another key section of the Voting Rights Act with its decision in Brnovich versus DNC. With these distorted rulings, the Supreme Court has fueled state-led efforts to suppress voters, particularly voters of color. In fact, Supreme Court Justice Elena Kagan wrote in her dissent to Brnovich, quote, "In the last decade, this court has treated no statute worse than the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Mr. President, you know what has happened across the United States in 19 different states. I think because of decisions like Shelby and Brnovich, these states have been emboldened. They don't believe that they're going to be held accountable for decisions they're making that restrict the right to vote the way they would have been before those decisions. And those who come to the defense of those states and their practices come to the floor of the Senate and predictably argue states' rights. States' rights. I heard it over the weekend on some of the talk shows. I don't know if there's a copy in here. Well, there is. I was hoping there'd be a copy of the Constitution in this desk I'm visiting. But Article 1, Section 4 of our Constitution is explicit for those who question whether or not it is the exclusive province of the states to establish standards for elections. And I'm going to read it. Section 4, the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations except as to the places of choosing senators. And of course then the amendments following the Civil War, during and following the Civil War, went even further in terms of voting and the issue of race. It's very clear to me, and you only have to read those simple words, straightforward and direct in the Constitution, to realize that establishing standards for elections is not exclusively within the province of the state. In fact, just the opposite is true. When it comes to federal elections for representatives and senators, authority is given to us, this Senate and the House of Representatives, and of course, through the signature of the President, the law is created that can establish standards and regulations. And yet, members on the other side, members on the side of President Lincoln's political party, the Republican Party, now come to us at this moment in history and argue nullification and states' rights. What a cruel twist of fate that Mr. Lincoln's party, which took such pride in the progress that was made after that deadly Civil War in establishing civil rights, is now defending almost to a person the activities of 19 different states that restrict voting rights. Today, our democracy needs the Voting Rights Act of 1965 restored to its full power and potential. In the past year alone, Republican legislators in 19 states have enacted laws making it harder for Americans to vote. In total, more than 440 bills with voting restrictions have been introduced in 49 states, and more are on the way as the 2022 state legislative session gets underway. These efforts represent the most coordinated assault on voting rights since the Voting Rights Act was first passed under President Lyndon Johnson. The most troubling of these bills, the ones that I find incredible, grant partisan actors the power to potentially meddle and interfere in election administration. Now, where could they possibly have come up with that idea? That if you lose an election, you would contact the election authorities and ask them to change the results for your favor? Where could they have come up with that idea or notion, that outrageous idea? Perhaps in the recording that we have of the conversation between the leading election officials and President Donald Trump after he lost the election in 2020. That's exactly what he set out to do. And now in 19 states, they are setting up a scenario for that same strategy and tactic to be followed if you're disappointed with the outcome of an election. Arkansas and Kansas have already passed laws that, according to experts from States United Democracy Center, Protect Democracy and Law Forward, could be used to shift the power to decide elections to partisan political actors. In those states, the voters won't have the last word. The Republican political leaders will. And legislators in other states have introduced troubling bills with similar implication. For instance, in the state of Arizona, state legislators introduced 3 separate bills that, according to the Brennan Center for Justice, quote, would have directly empowered partisan officials to reject or overturn election results. It is an incredible outcome. More traditional attacks on the right to vote include efforts in Michigan, for example, where a group of Republican lawmakers are attempting to bypass the state's governor, as well as the state's voters, to enact a measure restricting voting rights. And of course, in Texas, the state enacted a bill known as SB 1, which the Brennan Center called, quote, one of the harshest restrictive voting bills in the country. One of the most troubling provisions of the law will make it harder for voters living with disabilities to receive the accommodations and assistance they need to exercise their right to vote. The members of this Senate have a constitutional obligation to respond to these state voting laws. And that means ensuring that the constitutional right to vote is protected by federal law and fully enforceable. It also means establishing nationwide standards that ensure every eligible voter can participate in our democracy. These remedies and protections must be available in every state, red and blue, from New York to Arizona. Allow me to make one other point, Mr. President. I've heard my Republican colleagues make the argument, well, take a look at the states across the blue belt of America. States like Delaware and New York. They don't go as far as the law that's being suggested by you Democrats. For example, same-day registration for those who want to show up and establish their voter registration on the day of the election. This bill is going to require it. The state of New York doesn't have it. The state of Delaware doesn't have it. In fact, the state of Illinois doesn't have it either. Well, my message to them is good. Let them get it. It's a good, positive way to expand the opportunity to vote. Many states have done it for years without problems. Those who are lagging, whether they're red or blue, should come into the 21st century. It should be our mission, our singular mission before anything else, to make sure that every eligible American has the right to vote, that we eliminate the burdens and obstacles, the tricks and traps that have been set up in all these states to make it so difficult. And we ought to be singularly embarrassed as a nation as we look at the film and all the videos and all the programs on Election Day that show African Americans standing in line hour after weary hour to exercise their right to vote, while many white voters just scoot through in the same localities in the same states. There's something fundamentally wrong here, and it's not just an accident. Last year, I joined with a bipartisan group of our colleagues to introduce the updated John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. This legislation would restore and strengthen the Voting Rights Act of 1965, one of the most important pieces of legislation in American history. And truthfully, this should once again be a bipartisan, unifying endeavor. It hasn't been that long ago that Republicans and Democrats stood together and agreed that this was the right thing to do, to make sure that there was no discrimination against American voters. The last time we did this was 6 years ago, in 2006, and on a nearly unanimous basis. One of the Republicans who voted, I said 6 years ago, it's 16 years ago, one of the Republicans who voted in support of it was the senior senator from Kentucky, now the Republican leader, who said at that time when he voted for the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act in 2006, quote, "This is a piece of legislation that has worked," close quote. Well, let's make sure it can keep working. I hope that my colleagues will come together in a bipartisan fashion and join us in supporting the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, as well as Freedom to Vote Act. Join us in defending American democracy. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I ask that quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was out here a little while ago talking about why it's so important for us to move forward and vote on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and to uphold the voting rights of American citizens, something I feel very strongly about. I've had the good fortune to be in the United States Senate since the year 2000, and I got here, I should say the election was in 2000, took the oath of office in 2001. I got here in an election that was decided by 2,229 votes. It took 3 weeks to decide the election. It took recounts, it took verification by counties, and yes, the vote by mail system, which was pretty much the majority of votes at that point in time. Not everybody voted that way, but a big portion of votes at that time was a system that was starting to flourish in our state. And when I think about the year 2000 and the close election, I give thanks to my predecessor, Slade Gordon, for, even though it was a close election, not contesting the election. If people remember, that was the same year that there was such a close election that people considered what was the outcome in Florida. And yet Al Gore conceded the election to George Bush. My point is that where have we gotten to today? Because all of those people, George Bush, Al Gore, me, Slade Gordon, even though we had close elections, we had confidence in the outcome of the election, and we moved forward. We moved forward so much, in fact, that when our country was attacked just a few months later, we all pulled together to work together to build a more secure nation. We didn't sit around and say, you know, Slade Gordon didn't sit around and say, oh, I lost by 2,229 votes. Al Gore didn't sit around and say, oh, he lost Florida by so many votes and the votes weren't counted. No, we moved our country forward, and here in the United States Senate, we even discussed voting rights, and we discussed our federal role, and we discussed what reforms we wanted to have in the system to build more confidence in our electoral system. We didn't disintegrate into voter suppression activities. Now, I can't say that there wasn't some, I now call it nostalgia. There were some who said, oh yeah, vote by mail, maybe we shouldn't have it. I remember one of our colleagues here on the Senate floor, he was saying, I so much like to go into the polling place. It's my patriotic duty. I like to sign my name. I like to get on with it. I don't want to get rid of that, and I don't like vote by mail. Well, myself and Senator Wyden, Senator Murray, and others successfully defended vote by mail, and we can see today where it has now been more embraced in the United States of America, and more than the nostalgia that my friend had. Trust me, I could say a lot of nostalgia about going into a voting place and voting. My childhood was spent getting the vote out, because that's what you did in my family. You spent the day getting the vote out. You helped. I remember one year I said to my father I'd missed too much school and I didn't want to miss any more school, and I had to go to school on election day. And he told me there was no greater education than getting the vote out, and that I was going to be doing that. So I can be nostalgic. But right now, I'm proud of the 84% turnout in the state of Washington in a presidential election year, thanks to vote by mail. And I'm proud that vote by mail, I think, is the antidote to the accusations that people have about a voting system that they think can be attacked by a foreign government or undermined in an electronic voting system. The fact that when you vote by mail, you sign your name, both on the registration form, sign your name on the mail-in ballot, rip off a tab, basically mail in that ballot, and you have proof that you voted. And your signature is the verification. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Your signature is the verification that that system works. So yes, I'm not very happy that we're here, because a lot of the tactics that we are hearing about around the United States of America is about limiting vote by mail. It's about trying to stop it or slow it down or raise accusations about how it doesn't work. And part of the initial establishment of pre-clearance in the United States in the 65 Voting Rights Act was about the great disparity that existed in the United States between states, that some states had very different turnouts than other states in a presidential election, maybe 20 or 30% different. And so people were starting to say, how are you affecting us if some states aren't really empowering their citizens to vote, and the consequences is suppressing voter activity? So I definitely believe in the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. I definitely believe that starting in 1965, we had disparity in states in the way they voted, and we did something about it. And we did something about it because people were being discriminated against, and that was the premise of the law. Stop the discrimination. Stop the discriminatory tactics that states were using to discriminate against people so that their votes couldn't be cast. And now we've updated that law many times over the last several decades in a bipartisan fashion, most of the time signed into law by Republican presidents. So I don't get the stumbling block here. I don't get the stumbling block why people won't come to the table and help us write the next version of the 1965 Civil Rights Act that is just called the 2022 Civil Rights Act. I don't get it. I don't get why people aren't coming to the table to do that. But I know this, that one of the big lies out there, the Republicans, I see my colleague was here from Alaska, and I do feel a great affinity. People may not understand the relationship between the state of Alaska and the state of Washington, but it's a very true affinity. We come from the same part of the world. Our economies are integrated. We have many people who live in both places. We share commonality of culture, of our environment. And my colleague from Alaska was here talking about their vote by mail system. And so the fact that people are telling lies and trying to suppress the vote by suppressing vote by mail or calling it fraudulent is very frustrating. It's very frustrating, and it's one of the reasons we should come together in a bipartisan way and support vote by mail. We should be empowering people, particularly in a pandemic, to cast a vote so that we know their vote is counted, so we can have confidence that we had an election and that the people spoke. But here we have Newt Gingrich, who has said numerous times now, the biggest way to expand voter fraud is to expand vote by mail. Now, he said that on Fox News. He said it's been quoted in the paper. He's not said it once. He said it several times. Or maybe they just keep doing the same clip over and over again. And then his next line, which I didn't put on a chart, is, and the Democrats want universal access to vote by mail. Well, not sure what's wrong with vote by mail. We're going to talk about that because I'm not sure what's wrong with vote by mail. Like, seriously, I've seen it over the 20 years I've been in office, expanded in our state and in Oregon, and now used as the majority of the way that people vote. And so I don't take kindly to his comments or to the former president's comments that somehow this is a fraudulent system. It's not. First of all, I've got a lot of charts here, Madam President, so you'll have to excuse us. First of all, when you get a voter registration form for vote by mail, it says right on the form, you must be a citizen of the United States of America to vote. You must be 18 years of old the next election, or 18 before the special election. That's what it says right on the form. There's no mistaking about it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You are going to sign your name and attest to these issues. In fact, the attestation basically says, knowingly providing false information about yourself or the qualifications for voter registration is a Class C felony, punishable by imprisonment or a fine up to $10,000 or both. That's a pretty hefty fine. That's a pretty serious issue. I don't think most people are going to say, oh, I want to help perpetrate voter fraud because I want to go to jail or I want to pay this fine. And the notion that somebody illegally in the United States is going to sign up for this, most of these people are just trying to earn an income and stay on a low profile. I don't think any of them, if you're an illegal immigrant and you sign up for vote by mail and you vote by mail, you will be deported. You'll be deported. So I don't think people are out there doing this voluntarily because they think this is some great way to game the system. In fact, the statistics that were just done by a major report shows that there's less than 1% of voter fraud in this system. It's not really this notion that the former president would like to perpetrate. Well, the biggest reason why vote by mail works is what's here, but you don't see it. I guess I should sign my name. Because right here, I declare the facts on this registration form are true. I'm a citizen of the United States. I live at this address for at least the last 30 days before the election which I'm going to vote in. I'm old enough to vote in that election, and I understand that under the jurisdiction of the Department of Corrections, you can't currently be serving a sentence for a felony conviction or incarcerated for a federally or out-of-state federal conviction. Okay, right there, you have to sign your name right below that. So this attestation and requirement, oh, by the way, part of the requirement on the form that you get is you also have to put in your driver's license or an ID. Now, in many states, you're moving to this driver's license, enhanced driver's license requirement, which you have to prove you're a citizen of the United States. Not every application you get at a driver's license office, you have to prove that. But this is the information on your voter registration card that you have to prove that you're attesting to the fact that you are a citizen of the United States. It is information that can be searched. So now we come to the actual ballot. I don't know if we have a copy of the ballot here. Oh, well, we'll have to go grab one of those. But on your ballot, you do the same thing. You get a ballot. Your ballot has to have that signature on it. You vote who you say you're going to vote for. You put it in a privacy envelope. You stick it in another envelope, and you mail it in. So at the county auditor, they match that signature that you signed on your voter registration card with the signature on that ballot. And that is how they know you are who you say you are. Now, that's no different really from most of the way voting has worked in our country for decades. When you go into the polling place, they ask you for your name. You go to a book. If you've noticed, your name and address were there in a blank space, and they say, sign your name. Most Americans probably never noticed at the top of that page was also an attestation that said, if you're lying about who you are, yeah, you're going to pay a fine and you're going to jail. So when you went to a polling place and you signed your signature, they went back and saw if it was the signature that you had on your registration card. So vote by mail is replicating that same system. An application card matched to a signature on your ballot. And that is what happened. Now, that is not to say there isn't attempts at fraud. Not to say that there isn't attempts at monkey business, because there is. But it says the system is based on something that is safe and secure and can be validated. I'm going to shock some people, I'm sure, by saying this. But when I went to vote in the last election, somebody had requested several ballots in my name. Several ballots in my name. I'm sure it was ill intent. There was nothing good about it. And when I looked to see that they hadn't counted my ballot, even though I had voted very early in the process, I became alarmed and I called the auditor and said, why haven't you counted my ballot? And he said, several people have filed ballots under your name. I'm sure ill intent and monkey business by somebody. So I decided I'm going down to the courthouse to see what this was all about. But by the time I got there, the auditor had sorted it out and said, I found the one signature that matches your signature, and we've counted your ballot. So they hadn't done that. They probably threw it in a pile. Oh, we got 10 ballots under this name, whatever it was. Why did that happen? I don't know. But I know the system worked because he pulled them all aside, and when he got to it, they matched my name with the ballot that existed. Now, for us in Washington, because we've had some very close elections, the vote-by-mail system has got a lot of scrutiny. It got a lot of scrutiny in a governor's race a few years after I got elected, and the race got down to several hundred votes, really. I think in the end it was several hundred votes. And, we had people, admitting that they had voted for dead spouses. We had all sorts of things at the end when people knew that the level of scrutiny. Most elections aren't that close. But when you're down to hundreds of votes and you know that there's going to be scrutiny, the system works. It doesn't mean there won't be a mistake somewhere and that you won't have to redo the count and find it. It doesn't mean that there's absolutely 0.000 fraud. It means that it's a system based on a safe and secure measure and that you can go back and check it. Now, I love our vote-by-mail system, and the voters are proving at 84% turnout in the last presidential election, and sometimes in off-year elections, we can get as high as a 70% turnout. So it's working in off-year elections. Who is not for empowerment and enfranchisement of people? Apparently Newt Gingrich isn't, because he thinks it's a mastermind theory or some scenario where he thinks we're going to try to take over the world, when in reality, I would just say it's the next phase of voting, particularly in an era of pandemic, and that we need to have our elections be more secure. I would say that if people are going to fool around and create distrust in your election system, having a system where you get to tear off a tab and keep it at home and know that your ballot was cast and know that you can count it and know that you can count it again. In my election, when I won by 2,229 votes, the tallies weren't the same each time. They weren't. It changed. It didn't mean they were wrong. It just meant that various mistakes were made, they verified their work, and they were corrected. But my predecessor did not undermine the United States democracy by claiming he lost. He didn't go out and try to pass voter suppression laws. He came back here and worked on the 9/11 Commission with all of us and tried to defend our country. But that's not where we are today. We're here with Mr. Trump, President Trump. And, Madam President, you know, on January 6th, I sat outside and listened to the president. I really thought, you know, I'm going to go in and give a speech that night. I had no idea what was going to happen to us. I thought I was just going to speak on the floor that night. I thought that was it. I had no idea that we were going to face an insurrection. So I was taking notes. I thought, I'm going to give this speech. Well, as it turned out, didn't get to give that speech. We had kind of a truncated session that night. We gave a few speeches, a few people talked, but we didn't give a big speech. So I've been waiting to give this speech for a long time. I've been waiting to repudiate what the president said at his rally for a long time. And the reason is because I cannot stand to have our election system, the basis of our democracy, the basis of our country, why we're the gold standard around the world. I'm not sure anybody should go on a Codell anymore to witness an election in another country until we get our election system right here. What are you going to say when you get there? What are you going to say if you're going to go to another country and witness their election? We know how to do it in the United States, because right now we're not proving that. We're showing that we can't move forward on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. But let's go over what President Trump said that night. Because President Trump claimed that, his first claim, that the Michigan Secretary of State flooded the state with unsolicited mail-in ballots sent to everybody on the rolls in direct violation of state law. That's what he said That's what he said. That's what he said at his rally. That's what he said. Go down there. Go down there. You know, there's moments in this craziness. There's moments in this craziness when you realize there are people who will stand up. And I'm not trying to embarrass anybody. But I was probably the last person to leave this chamber. And the parliamentarian refused to let anyone touch the ballots. Even though she could barely walk down the hall, even though she could barely carry all those supplies, she knew that allowing anybody else to touch those certifications of the election would give somebody the claim that somehow somebody had interfered. So people were doing their job. And in this case, the Secretary of State, in response to a 2018 vote by the people of Michigan, they approved, in a vote by the people, a no-excuse absentee voting law. That's what the people of Michigan voted for. So the Secretary of State sent out ballots. Some people didn't like that. Some people challenged it. And in September of 2020, the Michigan Court of Appeals upheld the decision that the Secretary of State, citing the Constitution and their authority over elections, that they had the authority to mail those ballots. The Supreme Court of Michigan didn't take up that case. They didn't refute it. So it's false. He's trying to say mail-in ballot applications were illegally sent. It's not true. The people voted for it. The Secretary of State did her job. The courts upheld it. He tried to say 17,000 ballots were cast by deceased voters. Okay, I mean, to say nothing of the fact that there are probably a lot of people with the name of John Brown in Michigan. There's lots of people by the same name. But there is a system that uses the Social Security Administration to flag death of deceased voters. And ballots in this case who have died are not counted in the Michigan election. In the state of Washington, if you cast a ballot and you mailed it and you died 2 days later and the election's not till the next week, your vote counts. Now, you can't mail it, your spouse can't mail it after you die and say, my wife intended to vote for so-and-so. No, no, no. But once you vote, once you fill the ballot out, and you put it in the mailbox or a ballot box, your vote is good even if you die the next day. That's our state. In Michigan, no. So they did not do this. They did not have this claim that the president had. And then he claimed the turnout in Wayne County was 137% of registered voters, or 139%, somewhere in there. Also not true. In Wayne County, it was 61% of the vote of more than 1.4 million registered voters. So all that he said about Michigan that night was false. It was false. And the courts upheld it. And it was just a big lie. Let's go to the president's state. Let's go to Wisconsin. Trump claimed 170,000 absentee ballots were counted without a valid absentee ballot application. Now, the president knows that your state is infamous, famous, appreciated for same-day voting. And in Milwaukee and Dane counties, a total of 170,000 people did vote absentee ballot in person in the 2020 election. They filled out an absentee ballot application, located it on the envelope like I showed, and sent in the ballot. So they know who those people are. They know that they were legitimate voters. They didn't vote without an application. They filled out the application as well. So this too is part of the big lie. And then Trump claimed that 100,000 ballots were backdated by U.S. postal workers. That's what he claimed. The U.S. Postal Service Inspector General investigation to the allegations and all of the USPS workers and contractors refuted these allegations. There was no evidence. There was no evidence. There was no evidence that this occurred. And then the famous thing that the other side of the aisle constantly talks about, which I don't understand, ballot harvesting. They think that somehow this is going to lead to ballot harvesting. So Donald Trump claimed that Madison had 19,000 ballots were collected by human drop boxes. I don't even know what a human drop box is. I don't even know what he means by a human drop box or operatives. Well, facing an influx, Madison and the city clerk held a pair of events in which people could go to a park and drop off their absentee ballots at stations set up and staffed by poll workers. What is wrong with us if we're trying to make it harder to vote in America? What is the premise? If the premise is you want to certify that people are actual citizens of the United States, great, we have a system. If you want to certify they live there, great, we have a system. We have a fine, we have a penalty, we have a way to investigate them, we have a way to catch fraud. So what is it? You just want to make it harder to vote? No, no, no. Democracies are about enfranchising the vote. It's a constant effort. The same things we did in 1920 don't apply in 2020. In 2020, it's an information age, and we had a pandemic. What is wrong with making the vote available to people? So the ballot harvesting that he claims did not happen. That's also part of his speech that night. He went on for 45 minutes. He went on for 45 minutes whipping people up to come down here and attack the Capitol based on these lies that weren't true. Big lies that weren't true. Then he went on to Georgia. He claimed over 10,000 ballots in Georgia were cast by individuals whose names and birth dates matched Georgia residents who died in 2020 prior to the election. He later revised that down. He was like, oh, wait, no, that's too high. He said it was 5,000. And the State of Election Board in Georgia conducted a comprehensive investigation of deceased voters submitting ballots and found 4 cases. 4 cases. 4 cases. Again, I don't know what Georgia's law is. I don't know if it's like Washington. I don't know if it's like Michigan's. I don't know what it's like, but they found 4 people. So it wasn't 5,000, it wasn't 10,000. Trump claimed that there were 66,000 people that were under the age of 18 who voted. I think this has gotten a lot of attention because I think there's been some public accounting of this in the press. I think the Secretary of State refuted this several times. But in general, the Secretary of State said that there were 0 individuals under the 18 who voted in the election based on a comparison of people who voted in the 2020 election in Georgia to their full birthdays. So that also was refuted. And then Trump claimed, I showed you that attestation on the Washington ballot, the certification that you have to sign, what it says. Can't vote if you're incarcerated or a felon. So Trump claimed that there were 2,500 ballots cast in Georgia by individual names and birth dates that match incarcerated felons in Georgia prison. So there was no mass incarcerated voting of felons. They did investigate and did find 74 potential felons who they think could have cast a ballot. And guess what happened? They pulled them, so they weren't counted. That's how the system works. That's how the system works. That's what you're supposed to do. That's why you have the system. So just like the other states, no, those voter claims were false. Okay, let's go to Arizona. Also another claim. He's made a lot of claims since then, but I'm just focusing on the ones mostly from that evening because that's what sent people down here, and now that's what sent us on where we are with candidates all across America pledging Trump-think to run for office, which is undermining our election system and undermining our democracy. And all I want is our colleagues to work together on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. That's all I want. Like, this can't be more tumultuous than 1965. Well, I'm not saying that he isn't, the former president isn't stirring up a lot. He is, but I got to believe that we can work together. So he said 36,000 ballots were illegally cast by non-citizens. Madam President, why am I going through this? Because I get a little tired of everybody just saying, oh, the courts decided, he was wrong, the courts decided, he was wrong. No, no, no. People need to have faith in this system. We need to work to build faith in this system. We need to work in a bipartisan fashion to build faith in this system. And we need to stop the discrepancies between states. 2020 turnout in Washington for the presidential, 84%. Alaska, 60%. West Virginia, 63%. Georgia, 66%. Wisconsin, 72%. I don't know. I think it's probably a little higher. I don't know. Pre-clearance was based on that there was 20% difference in states voting. That 20% difference still exists today. How are we working to protect our democracy and enhance voting rights if we're here trying to suppress those rights through these various state actions? So in Arizona, the president said 36,000 ballots were illegally cast by non-citizens. Well, I showed you that attestation that you have to sign that basically says you're going to jail or you're going to be deported or you're going to pay a fine. And in Arizona, the Supreme Court basically had previously struck down a law requiring that proof, and so they did submit proof of their application. They do submit and attest to their citizenship. So they do attest to their citizenship, and since then, Arizona has further enhanced their laws. 22,000 ballots were returned that were scheduled to be mailed out. I love this all the time. I love this all the time, like this notion that somehow somebody leaked a bunch of ballots as if they all don't have a barcode on them. They all have a barcode on them, that you know where they are, they have a number attached to them. But because we have so many people who vote overseas or who vote even here in the Washington, D.C. area, some of my staff here get a ballot earlier than I would get a ballot at my home in Edmonds, Washington. And the reason is because they know that they live here and it takes them a long time to get the ballot and get it back to the Secretary of State. So they were probably referring to ballots that were being mailed out. The claim was really just a misreading of data, that parties that mailed in the ballot on the first day, that literally could have been overseas ballots before the ballots actually went out because a previous batch of ballots were already sent. There was a claim that there were more than 11,000 ballots cast. The numbers of registered voters in the same state. In the 2020 election, the Secretary of State reported 3.4 million votes were cast out of 4.3 million registered voters for a turnout of 79%. So there weren't more, there might have been at some moment. I mean, one of the things that you see in close elections, particularly in our state, because it takes a long time to count vote by mail, because again, you're doing the verification of signatures, is counties will list how many ballots that they have left. No county ever overestimates how many ballots they have. They don't know because you're still getting them in because of the vote by mail. Nobody says they have more ballots than they do, because then everybody's going to say, where are those ballots? So people underestimate the number of ballots, and the consequence is you have different numbers that come in every day. Doesn't mean there's something wrong with the system. The system, again, based on your signature, on your registration, on your attestation. Again, it's not to say that there won't be less, than a decimal percent of 1% fraud. There will be some things that happen, but it's not pervasive to the system, and there is a way to catch them. There was a way to penalize them. And 150,000 voters were registered in Maricopa County without voter registration deadline after the deadline had passed. And a federal judge, basically in that case, cited the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, and there were 20,000 ballots that basically were registered after October 5th. So the court legally extended that deadline because of COVID-19. So the notion that these were all illegal, you may not have liked the court decision. I know the former president doesn't like the court decision, but these are what the courts decided in these cases. These are what voters decided. These are what states decided. He just doesn't like the outcome of this system. And the reason why we're here today on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and to try to pass these laws is because our country, based on a democracy, knows that enfranchisement, voter enfranchisement, is something that we have to constantly be working for. I talked about a couple of companies earlier, but I'd like to talk about a few more if I could. The reason I'm saying this is because right now we need to unite the free press, the business community, the general public, everybody we can to say, let's get behind free and fair elections, let's get behind the verification of this system, and let's strengthen the democracy we have in the United States of America. But what did Best Buy say? They support the John Lewis Act. They say an election, quote, an election cannot be free or fair if every eligible voter is not given a full chance to vote, or if the law exists that make it harder for them to do so. Michael Dell basically said, quote, Those rights, especially for women, communities of color, have been hard-earned. Government should ensure citizens have their voices heard. HB 6 does the opposite, and we're opposed to it. PayPal, an organization, quote, the passage of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021 is pending now in the United States Senate and will be an important step towards making free and fair access to voting a reality for all. These are all corporations who know the importance of doing business in the United States, the importance of a democracy, and they got to be scared about what they're seeing. They got people coming up on stages in rallies all over the United States basically saying, I will overturn the 2020 election. Do you think people want to do businesses in countries like that? No, people want to do business in stable countries where you have a free and fair election and you keep going. That's the beauty of the democracy. The people have spoken, as I talked about earlier. Microsoft, they're really trying to rally everybody. Quote, we hope that companies will come together and make it clear that a healthy business requires a healthy community. A healthy community requires that everyone have the right to vote, conveniently, safely, and securely. So they obviously get it. They know what this is about. Salesforce, another organization, they basically have said, as voting rights have come under attack in places like Georgia and Texas, we have used our platform to advocate for the right to vote based on nonpartisan principles and action. Let's go, the Greater Phoenix GPL leadership. Disenfranchising voters is not election reform. These efforts are misguided and must be defeated. And this was in an op-ed opposing Arizona Senate Bill 1485, 1593, and 1713. And it was signed by 50 Arizona business leaders. The reason I'm saying this is because these businesses right now are leading the charge on efforts to try to stop these voter suppression tactics in states. And they're trying to tell us, hey, you guys do the same thing here, please. You guys please join the effort and do the same thing here, please. There's another, well, Coca-Cola, I think they've been pretty clear, although we should see what they say. This is a statement on Georgia's voting legislation. They say, we want to be crystal clear and state unambiguously that we are disappointed in the outcome of Georgia's voting legislation. Our focus is now supporting federal legislation that protects voting access and addresses the voter suppression across the country. Major League Baseball, they've been pretty clear on this. There's been quite a debate about this. Happened, you know, I don't know what's going to happen, Madam President, this week. I don't know what's going to happen. But I know when we raised questions about the Washington football team and spoke directly to the team, we said this is the wrong approach. You need to change. I said, well, we don't want to. In the end, the business community, supported by many Native American organizations, the business community told the Washington team it was time to change. So the business community is telling us here, do not suppress the rights of voters in the United States of America. So we may not be successful here, but I guarantee you the business community will continue to be loud about this because they know that voter suppressions and undermining democracy is undermining healthy communities here in the United States. So Major League Baseball fundamentally supports the rights for all Americans and opposes restrictions at the ballot box. And the Black Economic Alliance. This was a statement on the Georgia voting legislation signed by 72 Black economic and business leaders. Quote, while the use of police dog, poll taxes, literary tests, and other overtly racist voter suppression tactics are a thing of the past, Georgia and other states are rushing to impose new and substantial burdens on voting laws following an election that produced record turnout for both parties. The disproportionate racial impact of these allegedly, quote, neutral laws should neither be overlooked nor excused. The stakes for our democracy are too high to remain silent or on the sidelines. So, Madam President, all of these organizations I want to just end with one last one, the Civic Alliance. The Civic Alliance is an organization, I guess, signed by 1,200 member companies that basically said, quote, if our government is going to work for us, for all of us, each of us must have equal freedom to vote, and elections must reflect the will of the people. We cannot elect leaders in every state capital and Congress to work across the aisle. We call on elected leaders in every capital and in Congress to work across the aisle, ensure that every eligible American has the freedom to easily cast their ballot and participate fully in our democracy. So these are the statements of people who are ringing the bell of concerns about voter suppression across the United States of America. These are the people who are saying it's time for us to act. They're not saying figure it out in a few years. They're not saying this is something you can deal with later. They're asking us to act now. Usually the business community doesn't get that involved in stating legislation by House and Senate bill numbers. They usually don't do that. They're usually a little more reticent. They're not reticent now because they know doing business in a democracy is way better than in some scenario of voter suppression. So I ask my colleagues to join us in getting this done. I see my colleague, who's been the leader on this effort overall, the senator from Minnesota, and I thank her for her leadership on this issue. This has been a hard-fought battle and something that she has put a lot of energy into, and I just want to personally thank her for that leadership and continuing to fight this fight. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Minnesota.
I first want to thank my colleague from the state of Washington, Senator Cantwell, for her passion for the people and the rights of people to vote, and her willingness to actually go through the details of the groups outside of this Congress that feel so strongly about this, including businesses, as pointed out, who understand that you can't do business overseas, having just come back from Ukraine, that I just arrived an hour ago, and uphold democracies overseas if we are allowing our democracy to go to shambles by allowing voter suppression laws to pass as they have in numerous states across the country. Just this week, we marked the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and today we are considering legislation that goes to the very heartbeat of the democracy, the freedom to vote, that so many have fought and died for. We're here because a flood of state laws to roll back voting has surged up since the 2020 elections. And when in the 2020 elections, in the middle of a pandemic, Americans cast a ballot, more of them cast a ballot than ever before. They were willing to take those risks. And the laws were changed in red states and blue states and purple states to allow them to do that. But now what do we see? A rollback. A rollback in the presiding officer's great state of Wisconsin. We see rollbacks attempted across the nation in places like Montana, same-day registration in place for 15 years. 8,000 people took avail of it in the last election to either change their address or register that way. So then what happens? Well, say the Republican legislature in Montana, why don't we get rid of something we've had in place for 15 years? Why don't we do that? Guess what that creates, my friends? Maximum confusion and ultimate voter suppression. With that core freedom of voting now at stake, it is on us to stand up, to take up the torch that Dr. King and so many brave Americans carried decades ago and act to preserve the foundational right of our democracy. And while that may sound like an ambitious task, it is one within our reach. By passing the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act, we can meet these challenges and turn back the tide. Today, I want to address a topic that has loomed large over this historic debate, and that has to do with the very rules of this chamber. This week, every member of the Senate will have a chance to cast a vote that will determine if this is a legislative body that will rise to meet a test. The test is participation and voting. The test is actually being able to take on the issues of our day. It won't be the first time. Indeed, 4 times already this Congress, our Republican colleagues have blocked us from even considering legislation to protect the freedom to vote. But we're here again this week. We're here because, to quote Ella Baker, a granddaughter of slaves from Virginia who worked alongside some of the great leaders of the civil rights movement, we who believe in freedom cannot rest. So while much has been made of our colleagues who have not committed to join us in this effort to change the Senate rules, we must remain steadfast in the truth that the right to vote in this country is not negotiable. We must forge ahead. I want to start by responding to some of the points that have been raised as reasons not to move forward with legislation at this watershed moment, as reason not to do what it takes to come to protecting the most sacred of rights, the right to vote. Some have argued that allowing voting rights legislation to pass the Senate without clearing a 60-vote threshold would be a mistake that would open the door to somehow leading to wild swings in federal policy. I'm trying to imagine this place ever involved in such a thing, given how slowly we go and how many people understandably want to make sure we're careful in how we pass laws. But that's one of the things that has been raised for why we need some kind of a 60-vote threshold, which of course is not in the Constitution. The word filibuster, a cloture, not in the Constitution. And in fact, legislatures across this land, some of whom do very good things, do not use a 60-vote threshold. In fact, democracies across the world do not use a 60-vote threshold. The truth is this: we have tried for months to persuade our Republican colleagues to join us in supporting legislation, to work with us, to debate it. But what they do is they throw a wrench into the process and then basically walk out that door and go home. We don't have that debate that allows us to have amendments and allows us to ultimately have a vote on the bill. It is cut off from a vote. When you look at the past when it comes to voting rights, it has been bipartisan not even that long ago. But this time, even reauthorizing the Voting Rights Act, something that has been law of the land, supported on a bipartisan basis, that the President of the United States pointed out when he was in Atlanta, this time, no. Only one Republican, Senator Murkowski of Alaska, was willing even to allow the John Lewis bill to come up for a vote. But if our colleagues across the aisle will not work with us, it cannot mean that we should simply give up. A simple look at history makes that clear. As Representative Clyburn has noted in recent weeks, there have been moments in our history when this most fundamental of rights has not been extended or defended on a bipartisan basis. That's a right to have these bills come up. He pointed to the 15th Amendment, that, as he said, was a single-party vote that gave black people the right to vote. And that fact does not make the 15th Amendment any less legitimate. I would also say to my colleagues that the real threat facing our country isn't too much legislation, it's the gridlock and the stalemate in which this chamber is stuck. A number of us were just in Ukraine, standing up for democracy, standing up for the right of people across the world to be able to debate issues and make decisions on the most pressing issues of this time. And now we are back here in this chamber. And we have to have that opportunity as well. This misses another key point in the arguments made against changing the rules. When politicians actually have to vote on stuff, voters can hold them accountable for these votes. We know that the policies in the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act enjoy strong support among the American people. They've been adopted in red and blue and purple states. Look at places like Utah. For years, mail-in balloting. Yet in other states, sadly, it's really hard to do. In other states, you have to get a notary just to get an application, or you have to get a witness just to get an application, even if you have COVID and you're in a hospital. But yet, in many states, red, blue, purple, this is in place. We believe, those of us that support the Freedom to Vote Act, that in keeping with the Constitution that says that Congress can make or alter the laws regarding federal elections, that this should be the law of the land. It is constitutionally supported, and Americans, no matter what their zip code, should have the right to vote in a safe way that's best for them. Arguing the Senate rules are more important than the right to vote ignores the very history of this nation. As Senator Angus King has reminded us, in 1890, Henry Cabot Lodge introduced a bill to ensure African Americans in the South were not disenfranchised. The bill passed the House but was blocked by the Senate with a filibuster. Lodge argued that the Senate should get rid of the filibuster, saying, "To vote without debating is perilous, but to debate and never vote is imbecile." I think that kind of says it all quite directly. The Senate chose not to change its rules, and due to repeated filibusters in the years that followed, Congress couldn't pass legislation to enforce the 15th Amendment until nearly 70 years later through the Civil Rights Act of 1957. We've also heard that allowing one party to insist on virtually unlimited debates so you can't vote is an essential part of the Senate. But experts from both parties have said this isn't true. As Marty Gold, a respected expert on the Senate rules who worked for Republican leader Howard Baker and was staff director of the Senate Rules Committee, has written, the possibility that a minority of senators could hold unlimited debate on a topic against the majority's will was unknown in the first Senate. Those are his words. Others have argued that requiring a supermajority, as this filibuster does now, to pass legislation was an intentional effort to foster compromise. But again, the historical record simply doesn't back that up. The Constitutional Convention heard but did not adopt a proposal to require a supermajority for legislation. The framers explicitly decided to reserve supermajority requirements for things like constitutional amendments, treaties, and impeachment. To quote one of them, Benjamin Franklin wrote that a system where the minority overpowers the majority would be contrary to the common practice of assemblies in all countries and ages. Thomas Jefferson wrote in a letter to James Madison, "It is my principle that the will of the majority should always prevail." James Madison was a fierce defender of minority rights, but in 1834, even he wrote, "The vital principle of Republican government is the will of the majority." Listening to those words, does it really seem like the framers of our Constitution envisioned a system where a minority of senators could stand in the way of legislation and stop it altogether, stop the vote, stop the consideration, throw a wrench into a process, take it off the rails, and then just walk out the door and go home? That is not what they envisioned. I also want to be clear. Updating the Senate rules to meet the needs of this moment isn't some radical break with past precedent. Throughout the Senate's history, when faced with unrelenting obstruction from the minority, the majority has in fact changed the Senate rules to allow matters to conclude, to be voted on, not to hang in abeyance in perpetuity. In fact, since it was first established in 1917, the cloture rule has been revised multiple times to make it easier to end debate and to force a vote. Now, for friends watching at home, this is what it means. A cloture motion is what allows senators to bring something to a vote. And under the current rules, it takes 60 senators to open debate to pass a bill. Here are some examples of how the cloture rule has changed over time. In 1949, cloture was extended to cover all issues pending before the Senate, not just bills. In 1975, the vote threshold for cloture was reduced to 3/5 of all senators. In 1979, total post-cloture debate was limited to 100 hours, and then it was limited again to 30 hours in 1986. And in the past decade, the cloture rule has been further reduced for various kinds of nominees, most recently by our Republican colleagues across the aisle. This isn't something from 100 years ago. This isn't something from before we had cars and people were arriving here on horseback. This just happened. In addition to changes to the cloture rule itself, the Senate has put in place exceptions to the rule. In fact, over time, the Senate has established over 160 processes in statute that allow a final vote without requiring 60 votes for cloture to end debate. In other words, you get to a vote without the 60 votes. As a result, we have expedited procedures, including, get this, reconciliation to pass spending and tax legislation, the Congressional Review Act to block regulations, disapproval of arms sales. I guess someone decided that was okay to do for less than 60 votes. Even approving compensation plans for commercial space accidents doesn't require 60 votes, my friends. But while the 60-vote threshold was carved up 160 times so senators could pass things like tax cuts under President Trump, block regulations, and confirm Supreme Court justices, when it comes to voting rights, we are told that traditions and comedy means that we should hug it tight, this old rule, throw voters under the Senate desk, and go home. It's no wonder that our Republican colleagues' support for the 60-vote threshold rings hollow when their priorities, such as tax cuts, such as a Supreme Court nominee, can be passed with a simple majority. Time and time again, the majority in the U.S. Senate has had to change the rules to help pass major legislation. As Senator Merkley has noted time and time again, bills we have passed after the majority has modified the rules include the Natural Gas Policy Act in 1977, funding for the Selective Service System in 1980, deficit reduction legislation in 1985, a moratorium on listing new species under the Endangered Species Act in 1995, and a change made by the majority in 1996 to the reconciliation process, which paved the way for the 2001 and 2003 Bush tax cuts and 2017 Trump tax cuts. When circumstances change, senators have changed the rules time and time again. All of this history clearly shows that the Senate rules are not chiseled in stone. That's probably a good thing, because we get that the people out there need us to do our jobs, and that maybe that's more important than some archaic rule that someone is now abusing. They are not an outside force, these rules, over which we have no control. They are our rules, the senators' rules, yes, but also the people's rules, written and changed over the years by senators representing the people of this country, just like the ones sitting in this chamber today. As we move forward, I want to make clear that I agree with my colleagues who have said we must keep the history of this institution in mind. By the way, I just gave you the history of this institution. 160 carve-outs, time and time again when the rules have changed. That is the true history of this institution. History plainly allows for just the type of action that our democracy now demands. If we acknowledge the stakes when it comes to protecting the freedom to vote, the cornerstone of our democracy, and we acknowledge the history of the rules of this body, I am left with a simple conclusion. We must update, change, and improve our rules to restore the Senate and meet the moment of our times. Our nation was founded on the ideals of democracy, and we've seen for ourselves in this building how we can't afford to take that for granted. I certainly saw that this weekend in Ukraine. We cannot afford to take any democracy for granted. The world is watching us, watching to see how America is taking on the challenges of the 21st century, including the threats to our democracy. Around the globe, there are those who see weakness in our opportunity. They see weakness in our democracy as an opportunity for them. Those who are hoping that gridlock and paralysis are the defining features of America, they are out there. And you can imagine what world leaders I am thinking of right now. To put it simply, if we're going to effectively compete with the rest of the world, we need a Senate that can do more than just respond to crises. We're pretty good at that. Tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, tsunamis, financial crises, pandemics, okay, we respond to that. But what about those long-term challenges, like slowly but surely eroding this democracy with voter suppression? There is so much at stake here. We must get this done. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that following the remarks of Senator Portman in the Senate, recess until 6:15 p.m. And thank you. We've now had a new president. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Without objection.
President.
Senator from Ohio.
Mr. President, I was asked recently what I think is the number one issue facing America. It's a tough question. I had a lot of issues raced through my mind: inflation, the debt, workforce issues, the crisis at our southern border, the explosion of COVID cases, the deadly opioid epidemic, a warming planet, Russia and China flexing their muscles and creating more volatility around the world. We've got plenty of challenges, don't we? But you know what I landed on? What I think is our biggest problem? It's the increasing division, even polarization of our politics and our country. It's what makes it so hard to address all those other issues that I named that are so important to the families who we represent. Last week on the Senate floor, my Democratic colleague from Arizona, Senator Sinema, called it a disease of division. Well put. When we're together, this country can achieve great things, and has over the years. It can provide a beacon of hope to a troubled world. But as Lincoln warned, a house divided against itself cannot stand. In this body, we should be figuring out how to come together to help America stand and stand strong to address our many challenges. That's why I'm so discouraged by what I see playing out on the U.S. Senate floor again this week. I see an attempt by Democratic leadership to fan the flames of distrust. I see an attempt to further divide an already splintered country, both by exaggerated arguments being made to advance controversial legislation opposed by every single Republican regarding the tough issue of voting, and then to try to achieve this purely partisan objective by changing a foundation of the Senate to dismantle the one Senate rule, the legislative filibuster, that works to bring us together rather than pull us apart. Equally troubling to me is that this seems to be a purely political exercise now, in that the conclusion seems predetermined. Apparently, the Senate is being dragged through this divisive and ugly partisan debate, knowing that it will not achieve a legislative result, but only a deepening and hardening of the political lines in each camp. Here in the Senate, most Republicans and most Democrats say they want to bring the country together. I think they're sincere about that. This message was an explicit part of President Biden's campaign for president. Yet there is nothing about the harsh partisan rhetoric from the president's speech on this topic in Atlanta last week, or much of the floor debate this week and last week, that does anything but push our country further apart. First, the substance of the legislative fight. Democrats have been highly critical of those Republicans who refused to accept the results of the 2020 election, pointing out accurately that dozens of lawsuits failed to show adequate fraud to change the result. They have attacked some Republicans because they had said that the election was rigged, for questioning the state-by-state certification process that has led to deeper rifts in our nation, and a significant number of Republican voters questioning the legitimacy of the election. I get that. So why now are Democratic leaders and President Biden using the exact same language, literally saying the elections are rigged? Literally saying that. Why are they perpetrating their own election narrative that does not fit the facts, but serves to push both sides deeper into their own camps? And in particular, now leads Democrats to think elections are illegitimate. Majority Leader Schumer claims, and I quote, Republicans are pushing voter suppression and election nullification laws. President Biden has compared state efforts to tighten up election administration to Jim Crow laws, compared Republicans to notorious racists in our history. These attacks are overwrought, exaggerated, and deeply divisive. Here's what the nonpartisan and respected group called No Labels has said about the Democratic attacks, and I quote, if you dig into these state legislative proposals, you'll find most entail tightening up procedures pertaining to registration, mail and absentee voting, and voter ID laws that were loosened in 2020 in the name of making it safer for people to vote amid COVID pandemic. Many leading Democrats and liberal commentators have taken to describing these measures as Jim Crow 2.0, which is to say they are somehow worse than the original Jim Crow era, which entailed poll taxes and literacy tests, violent intimidation of black voters by the KKK, and even outright prohibition on black voters participating in party primaries in southern states. To suggest that any voting measures being debated today in America are somehow worse than this is simply irresponsible demagoguery. End quote. That comes from No Labels, which is a nonpartisan group, Democrats and Republicans, trying to find that middle ground. Now, to be fair, this group has been critical of Republican claims of widespread election fraud that cannot be backed up. So what are the actual facts? First, the Constitution guarantees all citizens 18 years of age or older the right to vote in elections regardless of race or gender, period. The Federal Voting Rights Act reaffirms that right and makes it enforceable in federal court. In 2006, Congress voted in a bipartisan way to reauthorize this important law for 25 years through 2031. I voted for and strongly support the Voting Rights Act and have long supported other common sense efforts to increase voter confidence in our elections. In fact, there is a bipartisan effort underway right now to deal with a real problem, to ensure that after the fact, certified elections are respected. This will require making overdue reforms to the Electoral Count Act and some other reasonable updates to federal election procedures. I'm happy to be working with a small group of Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans on those efforts. That's how the system should work. We're not going to agree on everything, but we can sit down and talk and find common ground to address problems. What Republicans and most Americans don't support is an unprecedented federal takeover of our election system, which is what the overly broad party line bills proposed this week by the Democrats will do. Let me be clear. Despite what Democratic leaders are saying to jam these bills through Congress, our democracy is not, as they say, in crisis because it is too hard to vote. We just had a national election in 2020 with the highest voter turnout in 120 years. 94% of voters said it was easy for them to vote. This is according to the Pew Research Center. 94%. That's good. Some have said drastic changes are needed at the federal level because the states are now enacting voter restrictions. Some point to the liberal Brennan Center, which reports that 19 states have enacted laws which it characterizes as restricting the right to vote. As noted above, again by the nonpartisan No Labels group, when you really look at these laws, the truth is that they largely make modest changes in election law administration, such as the date that voters may apply for mail-in ballots, or ensuring voters who say they are who they are through voter ID and other signature requirements, something, by the way, the vast majority of Americans support. Some of the laws return to state practices closer to the status quo before the pandemic. As an example, some laws reduce the number of ballot drop boxes in cases where there were no ballot drop boxes before COVID. And many of the states the Democrats criticize for improving their election process are enacting laws similar to those that have long been in place in states represented by Democrats, so-called blue states. For example, under its new law, Georgia has a limit of 17 days of in-person early voting. 17 days. New Jersey and New York have 9 days of in-person voting. Connecticut doesn't have any early voting. Georgia has also added one extra Saturday of early voting. Georgia's new requirement that voters provide their driver's license or state ID numbers when applying for mail-in ballots, which Democrats have criticized, is the same as laws in Maryland and Pennsylvania. Rhode Island enacted a voter ID law a decade ago. And with regard to President Biden's home state, The Atlantic has noted that, quote, few states have more limited voting options than Delaware, end quote. I frankly have not heard Democratic leadership calling out any of these Democrat majority states for pushing what they deem to be voter suppression. I don't know anyone who doesn't believe it should be easy to vote and hard to cheat. Every state has to find that balance. But they have to find it while not violating the Voting Rights Act. I don't agree with every policy every state has in place. I find some too restrictive. As an example, I support no-fault absentee voting as we do in Ohio. It works well. You don't have to have a reason, you can vote absentee. I'd like to see every mailbox, in a sense, be a ballot box, in essence. I find that some of the laws in some of the states lack adequate security, on the other hand. For example, I think some form of ID is smart, as do the vast majority of Americans. But in our federal system, within the guardrails of the Voting Rights Act and consistent with the Constitution, that decision is left up to state legislatures, closer to the people and accountable to the voters. That's just a fundamental philosophical difference we have here on the Senate floor. We see it play out on lots of issues, and now on this one. I'm very proud of the job that my state of Ohio and our bipartisan election officials in every county do in our elections. In the last election, we had a record 5.97 million Ohioans cast a vote, more voters than ever. It represented 74% of eligible voters in our state, the second highest percentage in the history of Ohio. Despite the challenges of running the highest turnout election in our state's history, during an unprecedented pandemic, it was widely regarded as the most secure and most successful Ohio election ever. Now is not the time to take the responsibility away from Ohio state and local officials. Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution clearly assigns that authority over elections to the states. Alexander Hamilton acknowledged in Federalist 59 that only in extraordinary circumstances should the federal government become involved in election law, explaining that allowing the federal government to run elections would have been a, quote, premeditated engine for the destruction of state governments, end quote. We are not in extraordinary circumstances right now. In general, it's become easier and easier to vote in America, and that's a good thing. And it's become easier to vote in America than many other democracies around the world, and that's good too. Easy to vote, hard to cheat. Despite all the fiery speeches on the floor stating the contrary over the past week, according to a recent survey from Morning Consult, only 33% of American adults think it's too hard for eligible voters to vote. A larger share, 44%, actually think current rules aren't strict enough. Having heard the debate, this is what voters think. Not only are Democrats attempting a federal takeover of our election system, but because they have chosen to change the constitutionally based election system in a purely partisan way, they don't have the 60 votes necessary to get something passed here in the United States Senate. That's why instead of reaching out to find a bipartisan way forward, they are also proposing to fundamentally change the long-standing rules of the Senate. Specifically, they are proposing to do away with what's called the legislative filibuster in order to advance their federal election takeover bills by a simple majority instead of the normal 60 votes. This 60-vote margin, the legislative filibuster, is the one tool left to encourage bipartisanship, not just here in the Senate, but in our system, in the House, at the White House. Yes, it provides important minority rights in the Senate that protect the country from legislation that is too far out of the mainstream, and it helps pass good legislation, like Medicare or Social Security, with big votes, big margins. It means those programs can be sustained and they can be relied upon. That's good for our country. Most importantly to me, the legislative filibuster is the one thing that encourages us to work in a bipartisan way. The successful passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law last year is a good example. I was in the middle of those negotiations. We knew we had to achieve 60 votes in a 50-50 Senate. What did that mean? That meant that we had to find common ground. We had to make concessions on both sides in order to get to 60 votes. As a result, we got well over 60, into the 70s, and a good piece of legislation that was able to pass the House and be signed into law and is now in place, again, as sustainable, reliable legislation. Did I agree with everything in it? No, nor did anybody else. But to get to those 60 votes, we all had to make certain concessions. Although it's a Senate rule, the legislative filibuster also requires members of the House of Representatives to come up with more bipartisan solutions because they know their legislation has to pass the Senate if they want it to become law. Just as I have been a committed bipartisan legislator here in the Senate for the past 11 years, the same was true in the House for 12 years, where I regularly used the fact that we needed 60 votes in the Senate to force colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come together and find a way to pass legislation in a bipartisan manner. When I was in the executive branch in 2 cabinet-level jobs in the Bush 43 administration and as director of the Office of Legislative Affairs for Bush 41, that 60-vote necessity in the Senate calmed the passions within the administration and forced us to find common ground, to work in a more bipartisan manner, resulting in more effective results that last the test of time. I know the benefits to our country of requiring more than a bare Senate majority that shifts back and forth because I've lived it in the House, in the Senate, and in the White House. And it's not just me or other Republicans now saying that the legislative filibuster is good for our federal system. Less than 5 years ago, 32 Senate Democrats, including then Senator and now Vice President Kamala Harris, joined with me and other Republicans in signing an open letter insisting the legislative filibuster should not change. This was at a time when there was a Democrat in the White House, but Republicans controlled the Senate. It appears that those 32 Democrats were happy to defend the filibuster as good for the country when they were in the minority, but not now when the country is even further divided and they have a majority. All but a couple of those members have shifted their views. I would encourage my Democratic colleagues to reread their own letter, which makes such a compelling case that this is about the country, not about one political party or another. Back in 2005, when Senator Schumer called abolishing the filibuster, and I quote, a temper tantrum by those on the hard right, end quote, who, and I quote, want their way every single time, end quote. That was in 2005. Now he is majority leader, and he has changed his tune. This seems short-sighted to me, since the history of the Senate is to change the majority regularly. We don't know who's going to be in the majority in the next Senate. Could the Senate rules be improved to allow more debate and more progress on legislation? Absolutely. There's bipartisan interest in this, and we should turn it to something constructive. After this political exercise we're going through right now, we should turn to the issue of reforming the rules around here. Let's have each leader choose a few interested members. Let's hammer out a bipartisan proposal that allows more amendments and makes it easier to get legislation passed. It's not that hard. But eliminating the one tool that forces us to come together makes it harder to address those many challenges we face. It makes it harder to pass legislation broadly supported and sustainable to actually help the people we represent. And that's what we were elected to do. That's our job. Not inflame the passions of our most committed and hardline supporters, but achieve results. And as I said at the outset, between inflation and COVID, our southern border and more, we've got plenty to do. I urge my Democratic colleagues to step back from the brink, to think twice before trying to destroy what has made the U.S. Senate such a unique and valuable part of the world's longest-lasting and most successful democracy. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support sensible rules changes and recommit to use the 60-vote margin responsibly to generate consensus and find that elusive common ground that will best serve those we represent and that will keep our great republic the envy of the world. I yield back my time.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 6:15 p.m.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing? My name is Steve. I've been watching this for a while. I guess I'm just going to let it play out. Pete Santilli is having some dental work, so for Citizen Stringer, there's not going to be a Santilli show today. Adam was going to come on, but he's sick again. So I'm going to be live around 6 o'clock on citizenstringer.tv tonight. We're not live on social media. But for right now, I'm going to keep this going live on social media and on citizenstringer.tv. And, yeah, we'll go from there. So I believe Senate's at recess until 6:15, and then they'll be back after that. So we'll see you then. All right? I just want to give you guys an update. I'm going to leave it live until I do my show at 8 o'clock tonight.
I'll recognize the Senate will now come to order. Senator from Connecticut.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've just come back from a trip to Ukraine with 6 of my colleagues, a bipartisan group organized very ably by Senator Portman and Senator Shaheen to express our solidarity with the people of Ukraine in their fight for freedom and democracy against Russian aggression. They need us to stand with them as they stand strong for their country's independence against Vladimir Putin's effort to intimidate them, potentially to invade their country, but assuredly in a hybrid war consisting of misinformation, cyber attack, military action that is designed very simply to destabilize, demoralize, and degrade their country's governance. And as we stood with them, meeting with the President, Mr. Zelensky, and the top leadership, I couldn't help but think of this country and how grateful we should be for our strength, our freedom, our democracy. All of us, when we return from travel abroad, I think, express our gratitude to be Americans, to live in a country where these freedoms and our independence are assured, but where we too need to be strong and ever vigilant and vigorous in protecting those freedoms. We are the greatest nation in the history of the world, the strongest and most freedom-loving on the planet. We are still an imperfect nation, still struggling to do better and a work in progress, but we are proud to confront our imperfection and move forward in a way that demonstrates that we can broaden access to opportunity and to the right of people to determine their own destiny. No freedom or right is more important than the right to vote. That is why we are here today and why I am so proud to have helped to lead the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and to support the Freedom to Vote Act, which are designed to safeguard Americans' right to vote and secure the sanctity of our election. And today, just as Ukraine faces a threat to its independence and freedom, we too in America face a threat. Not from Vladimir Putin directly, although he has sought to destabilize and degrade our democracy and continues to do so through cyber attacks and misinformation. Certainly 2016's interference in our elections is a warning bell, an alarm that we need to be stronger against foreign interference. But within, the threat is equally, if not more, alarming. Because what we are seeing across this great country, in state after state, are efforts to suppress the vote and restrict the franchise. Last year, more than 440 restriction bills were introduced in 49 states, and 19 of those states successfully enacted 34 laws that made it harder for people to vote. These laws make mail voting and early voting more difficult. They manipulate the boundaries of districts to reduce minority representation, and have led to a purge of 3.1 million voters from the rolls in areas that were once covered by the voting rights preclearance requirement. We are seeing a tidal wave of voter suppression that continues even as we speak today on this floor. The vote today comes in a week where we celebrate the legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. For the first time in my memory, I was out of the country on that day, but it was ever present in my mind and heart, and it should animate us today. That memory and legacy, which were so powerfully expressed on August 6, 1965, when President Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act into law. He called it a triumph for freedom as huge as any victory that has ever been won on any battlefield. A triumph for freedom. And it followed a mere 7 months after Dr. King launched a Southern Christian Leadership Conference campaign based in Selma, Alabama, with the aim of supporting voting rights legislation. It was a great day for America. It is one that has rightly received a paramount place in our history. It's taught to our children. The Voting Rights Act represents the best of America. And its commitment to guaranteeing that members of every racial group would have equal voting opportunities stands as one of the best days in this country. But it was no layup for the civil rights movement. It culminated a hard-fought campaign, and it was a hard-won victory of civil rights leaders like Dr. King and John Lewis, who committed themselves, literally committed their bodies, their physical well-being, to advance the rights of others in the face of violent opposition. They were beaten, sometimes near death. And for decades, the Voting Rights Act remained a crucial bulwark. It was retained and defended against insidious efforts to roll back the clock until the United States Supreme Court did that work for opponents. In 2013 in Shelby County, the United States Supreme Court gutted the highly effective preclearance regime, thereby jeopardizing the progress that the Voting Rights Act made over the course of half a century in protecting against those voter suppression efforts throughout the country. Justice Ginsburg said it best in her powerful dissent in Shelby County when she wrote that Congress enacted the Voting Rights Act preclearance requirement to cope with the vile infection of racial discrimination, which, quote, resembled battling the Hydra. Whenever one form of voting discrimination was identified and prohibited, others sprang up in its place, end quote. And the time to protect those voting rights is before they are restricted. And that's why preclearance was so important and why the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act now must be enacted into law. We come here after a year that has seen the most destructive legislative session for voting rights in generation, with states and localities returning to the conniving methods, as Dr. King called them, conniving methods of voter suppression that block people from getting to the polls and making their votes count, and undermines our democracy because As the founders sought to do, representative government means representing the people who are affected by these policies enacted by the federal government. And that means representation that enables every person to vote and have that vote count. There are no guarantees that rights will be protected in this country. The fight for voting equality has faced continuous, often violent resistance and enormous opposition, including from within this Congress, and now by a filibuster that will prevent the majority from protecting those rights. The effort to change the filibuster is very simply an effort to convert it from a secret to a public debate mechanism. Secret to public. We will vote tomorrow on a rules change that provides for a means to make majority rule count, not to abolish the filibuster, but to make it public instead of secret. As my distinguished colleague, Senator Warnock, posed the question of this chamber last month, we want it to be bipartisan, but as he said, quote, bipartisanship at whose expense? And as he also said, clearly in this country, some people don't want some people to vote, and the filibuster is a handy means of preventing reforms that secure the right to vote. Historic denials of individual basic liberties and political freedoms have long garnered bipartisan support and have required courage and conviction to overcome, and that's why we must change the rules tomorrow. Dr. King never quit. He never stopped fighting. As he said, I think I'm quoting him correctly, disappointment is finite, but hope is infinite. And so even if we are defeated tomorrow, we will continue this effort to eliminate dark money, to provide for disclosure, to stop state legislatures from eliminating districts in a way that knocks representatives out of their seats and results in gerrymandering that is anti-democratic. For decades, members of this chamber have deployed the filibuster to delay and block legislation that would have promoted voting rights by ending poll taxes and literacy tests, safeguard against workplace discrimination, and advance civil rights in this country. The filibuster has been used to block those kinds of efforts to promote voting rights. The longest filibusters in this chamber's history were deployed to stop the Civil Rights Act of 1957 and 1964, a testament to this tool's history as a weapon against the advancement of civil rights. And Dr. King himself lamented the, quote, tragedy of a Senate that has a minority of misguided senators who will use the filibuster to keep the majority of people from voting. We cannot continue to allow these kinds of procedural tactics to stand in the way of defending against a new era of hostility toward voting rights of people in this country. We must protect the right to vote. It should not be a partisan issue. In fact, voting rights are widely supported throughout American society. Those civil rights measures were supported by bipartisan majorities in those years of 1957 and 1964, and in the renewal since then, photographs showing members of both parties at bill signing attest powerfully to the bipartisan support this cause has enjoyed throughout its history. Since the original inception of the Voting Rights Act in 1965, overwhelming bipartisan majorities of both houses of Congress have reauthorized the Voting Rights Act 5 times. And for nearly a century after the Civil War. And before the Voting Rights Act, the scourge of racial discrimination in voting challenged our nation's core commitment, our basic values as a country. From that century of sacrificing and suffering, so embodied by Dr. King, came the Voting Rights Act and its extraordinary commitment to realizing our nation's highest ideals, the best in America. For decades, it worked. In one decision and its progeny, the United States Supreme Court undercut and undermined those rights. And now we face this tsunami of voter suppression bill crashing against America. We must defend America. We must secure those rights and liberties, just as we come to the aid of countries like Ukraine that resist attack on their independence. We must renew our nation's commitment to protecting voting rights in this country, and tomorrow we will do it. Tomorrow we will vote. Members will be held accountable. We will be on record. And I hope my colleagues will do the right thing for America. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise, first.
Senator, we are in a quorum call.
Just ask consent to speak or to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise tonight to speak about the voting legislation that we're debating on the floor. And like so many of my Democratic colleagues, I rise along with those Democratic colleagues in calling for comprehensive federal legislation to turn back the avalanche of voter suppression legislation in various states. All of it animated by the big lie about the 2020 election. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But it's clear to me that Republican politicians across the nation, in state capitals and even here in Washington, are attempting to make it harder for tens of millions of Americans to register to vote, to cast their vote, and they're even making it harder, of course, for every vote to count. This is a subversive threat. It's a subversive threat to our democratic institutions. I believe it's a clear and present danger to our elections, and also a clear and present danger to our stability as a nation. And of course, it's a clear and present danger and a direct threat to our democracy itself. Just by way of a significant example, consider what happened in just one state in the last couple of years, in Pennsylvania. I'll start with a historical backdrop. Pennsylvania, like a lot of states, had a high water mark of voting in 1960 in the election between John F. Kennedy and Richard M. Nixon. And then in 1964, the numbers were very high as well. So in 1960, right at almost exactly 70% of the voting age population voted. But after 1960 and 64, you had a precipitous drop that occurred every 4 years. Some years it would go up a little higher, other years it would go back down. But we never got in 60 years to that level again. So for example, just the most recent two elections before 2020 in Pennsylvania, the 2012 election, 5.74 million people voted. That was 57% of the voting age population. So down from that high water mark of 70% in 1960. 2016 was a big turnout in our state. We had more voters than 2012. It was 6.1 million voters, and it went from 57 in 2012 to 61. So it got over that 60 mark, but of course 61 is not 70, so we got nowhere near, even in 2016, when you look at the percent of the voting age population. So that's the backdrop of 2016, big turnout, but not the turnout level we saw in 1960 or 64 or a few other years. Then in October of 2019, and this is just an example of why the voting measures we're debating here are important in a positive way for helping people to vote. In October of 2019, Governor Tom Wolf in Pennsylvania signed Act 77. This was a historic and comprehensive election reform bill that sailed through the General Assembly with strong bipartisan support. Consider this, 133 Republicans voted for this bill. When you add up the number who voted in the state Senate for this bill, who were Republicans, and then you add them to the number in the state House who were Republicans, voted for the bill. When you look at it across the whole General Assembly, both parties, both houses, about 70% of the General Assembly voted for it. So there's a lot of give and take and a lot of compromise, and they voted on a strong election reform bill. Remember, that was October of 2019, well before the onset of the pandemic. But thank goodness that we had that bill in place during the pandemic. In addition to enhancing election security, the Pennsylvania law, so-called Act 77, established, quote, no excuse, unquote, absentee voting, better known today as mail-in voting. And that applied to all voters. So finally, we had a mechanism that people could vote by mail, especially in a pandemic. But of course, when they voted on the bill in 2019, no one could have predicted how useful this legislation would be just a year later. This law was passed before COVID, but of course it was in the face of a once-in-a-century pandemic during the run-up to the 2020 election, but it proved to be, of course, particularly important. Now we get to 2020. So we have, over many, many years, many presidential elections, nowhere near the percent of the voting age population voting in a presidential election compared to 1960 and 64. What happened in 2020? In the middle of a pandemic, when everyone was predicting, in my home state of Pennsylvania, but other places as well, that turnout's going to be low because people are worried. They're worried about, and this is of course before vaccines, worried about contracting the virus. So they won't vote, the turnout's going to be low, and we'll see what happens. Well, it didn't happen that way. In Pennsylvania, in 2020, 6.9 million people voted. 6.9 million people. That's an increase of roughly 800,000 votes from just 4 years earlier. And that was a pretty good turnout, really good turnout in 2016. That 6.9 million votes amounted to 71% of the voting age population in Pennsylvania, which was a point higher than 1960. No one thought that was possible. The only way it was possible was because we had better voting procedures in place. So in other words, if you look at it not just from 16 to 20, but even from the most recent election before 16, 2012, the 2012 election to the 2020 election from 2012 was a 20% increase in voter turnout. So there can't be any dispute that Pennsylvania's record-setting 71% turnout was made possible only through expanding opportunities to vote for all voters, young and old and so many others in between. Mail-in voting enabled almost 3 million Pennsylvanians to safely and securely cast their ballot. By any measure, Pennsylvania should be celebrated as a success story of why these voting provisions help people vote. I hope that we never fall below that 71% of the voting age population. That ought to be the standard for voting in a pandemic or not. In fact, that number should go higher when we're outside of a pandemic because people have different ways to vote. A Republican-controlled legislature and a Democratic governor came together and enacted strongly supported bipartisan election reform legislation to increase election security and ballot access. Unfortunately, we know that the story doesn't end there. We all know what happened in the next chapter, and it's not unique to Pennsylvania. In response to the 2020 election, we've seen a new chapter, one focused on election subversion and voter suppression, written in state houses across the country. Again, it's attributable to the big lie about the 2020 election. Now, I want to note for the record that when we voted here on January the 6th, the evening of January the 6th, 2020, after the violent insurrection in the Capitol, where you had people marching through this building, calling for the death of the vice president and trying to locate members of Congress to bring them harm, and also the whole effort was directed at stopping the counting of the electoral votes. But I want to note for the record that a number of Republican senators, in fact, most Republican senators, stood up on January the 6th that evening to vote to certify the election. Unfortunately, since January the 6th of 2020, despite having voted the right way for democracy that night, a lot of these Republican senators since then have only validated the big lie. So they may have voted the right way that night for our democracy, but since that time they haven't disputed the big lie enough. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them. And of course now they've at least turned a blind eye to efforts at the state level that I just spoke of. I think it's also important for the record to note, Mr. President, I won't read all of this, but to note what the Associated Press found about the election of 2020. Here's a copy, and I'll ask consent to enter into the record an Associated Press story entitled "Far Too Little Vote Fraud to Tip Election to Trump, AP Finds," dated December the 14th, 2021 by Christina A. Cassidy.
Without objection, will be entered into the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will just read the first graph of this Associated Press story, dated December of this past year. Quote, "An Associated Press review of every potential case of voter fraud in the 6 battleground states disputed by former President Donald Trump has found that fewer than 475, a number that would have made no difference in the 2020 presidential election," unquote. And of course, Pennsylvania was one of those states that they looked at. So we know what happened in the election, and we know why we can say with certainty that the big lie is nothing but a lie. After the election of 2020, in June of 2021, Pennsylvania's Republican-controlled legislature became one of the many legislatures across the nation passing a voter suppression law. Here's what they would have done if they were successful. They passed it, and this bill would have imposed unconstitutional voter ID restrictions, restricted mail-in voting, the mail-in voting they just voted in favor of in 2019, these same legislators, and this bill would essentially have eliminated the use of drop boxes. Furthermore, it rolled back several successful provisions of the Bipartisan Act 77, including reducing the number of days permitted to register to vote and eliminating an option to opt in to receive an annual mail-in ballot. While this bill was fortunately vetoed by Governor Wolf, the threat to suppress the vote in Pennsylvania remains ever present as the legislature continues to work on another omnibus election bill. So once again, the big lie animates the work of Republican politicians in Pennsylvania and throughout the country. And it's not simply a lie, it's a lie that engenders fear. Sometimes fear of losing your election in a primary. We understand that fear. We've seen it play out here as well. But sometimes the fear is deeper than that your own security will be at risk if you don't espouse the big lie. In light of these efforts, it is fair to question, how did Pennsylvania go from a shining example of bipartisan election reform in 2019 to ground zero in the fight against voter suppression and election misinformation in 2021 and continuing into 2022. In the months leading up to the 2020 general election, the former president led an assault on our election system, sowing seeds of division and, without evidence, questioning the legitimacy of voting methods, including mail-in voting, which has been utilized in the nation for decades. And by the way, mail-in voting allowed us to set a turnout record, as I said before, in Pennsylvania for the first time in 60 years to go that high of the voting age population. The former president lost his election to President Joe Biden, but instead of honorably conceding the race, he created the big lie that the election had been stolen from him by raising unfounded allegations of voter fraud, election irregularities in Pennsylvania and across the nation. Of course, there's simply no evidence to justify these claims of widespread voter fraud or irregularities suggested in the AP story in their investigation that undergirds their conclusions supports that. The big lie is the fraud. If you want to talk about fraud, that's where it is. That is the fraud. The big lie is the falsehood and the con job. It's a deliberate, ongoing attempt to sow instability. We know that in over 60 cases in court after court, from state courts to district courts to circuit courts to the U.S. Supreme Court, all those courts refused to indulge the unprecedented, loopy legal arguments and false conspiracy theories that were put forward by the president's campaign and some Republicans after the election. Despite the lack of any evidence to support claims of widespread fraud, we continue to hear these baseless conspiracy theories and calls to roll back Pennsylvania's Act 77 for one reason and one reason only: to disenfranchise voters. So in order to please one man, rather than support positive reforms that worked in Pennsylvania, that increased turnout in Pennsylvania exponentially like no other law has, lawmakers have introduced all over the country now some 400 voter suppression bills. There are three types of corrupt proposals that I would like to summarize. Number one, shifting election authority. That's one measure of a corrupt practice. Number two, attacking election workers. That's corrupt, and that's what they're trying to do. And number three, restricting mail-in voting. First and foremost, many of the bills attack the most fundamental, foundational element of our democracy: administering our elections. According to a report from Voting Rights Lab in September of 2021, more than 180 of the bills introduced across the country are an effort to subvert our current election administration. Some of these bills would allow the legislature or other partisan actors, really purveyors of the big lie, to exert greater control over elections and interfere with local election administrators. For example, Georgia's Senate Bill 202, which has already been enacted into law, not just proposed, this law will allow a partisan state election board to remove and replace local election administrators. The new law empowers the state legislature to appoint the chair of the election board, ensuring that the majority of the board reflects the partisan will of the legislature. We've also seen numerous lawmakers, including in Pennsylvania, initiate or attempt to initiate partisan election, quote, audits, unquote, into the 2020 election results without any evidence of fraud. The better word for this type of approach is fraudit. That's what it is. It's a fraudulent attempt, and it is nothing more than a fraudit. These efforts, fueled by the big lie, have wasted millions of taxpayer dollars, money solely in an attempt to further call into doubt the 2020 election and create instability in our elections. Republican efforts to shift election authority undermines people's faith in elections, and it injects partisanship into our election administration. The second area of corruption we've also seen in some of these bills is efforts to pass legislation that would create or increase civil and criminal penalties against election workers. Election officials across the nation, Republicans and Democrats alike, from blue counties and red counties, should be accorded the respect and commendation they deserve. These are public servants. They should not be subjected to threats, either legal or otherwise. In the middle of a pandemic, these same Americans risked their own health and their families' health to ensure that the elections were conducted safely and efficiently. These Americans, Republicans and Democrats and independents, did their job honorably. Rather than receiving appreciation for their efforts, they and their families have been threatened with threats of violence, fueled by the deliberate falsehoods of which I spoke before. The same falsehoods spread by politicians here in Washington and in state legislatures across the country. These threats were particularly relevant in my home state of Pennsylvania, when then Philadelphia Commissioner Al Schmidt, a Republican, his family and his colleagues were subjected to death threats for doing their job. This is a Republican elected official in Philadelphia subjected to death threats. after Election Day simply because he was trying to fulfill, and the others that worked with him are trying to fulfill, an essential part of their basic duty, which is counting the votes in that city. So despite the widely reported threats against our election officials and concerns about mass resignations due to the stresses on our democratic institutions, Republican legislatures have enacted laws that further threaten these officials with felony prosecutions, and they also threaten civil penalties for noncompliance with election rules, even inadvertent or technical mistakes. We've never seen this before, Mr. President, in America, but that's what we're talking about today. So these attacks are a clear attempt to further undermine our democracy and counter the efforts of many election officials to help make voting safer and easier during the COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, the third issue, which I would consider a corrupt practice that's embedded into these bills, is the question of mail-in voting. As I've already shared, Pennsylvania's record turnout in 2020, it was a direct result of the bipartisan efforts, 133 Republican legislators voting for mail-in balloting, so that we would have universal mail-in voting and early voting in addition to mail-in voting. Rather than embracing its success, Republican lawmakers in Pennsylvania and across the country have worked to greatly restrict or eliminate mail-in voting through a variety of methods. 7 states have reduced the time frame in which voters can request mail-in ballots. Another 4 states limited the use of ballot drop boxes. Some states have gutted or even tried to gut the ability of voters to automatically register to receive a mail-in ballot for every election they're eligible to vote in. Republican politicians just keep on lying about the 2020 election. Not a single Republican politician has come forward with evidence of the type of widespread systemic voter fraud that would necessitate any of the changes that these laws are predicated on, and these proposals are predicated on. In reality, these changes are about one thing and one thing only: making it more difficult to cast a ballot. Every single American should be alarmed by these efforts. If we allow voter suppression efforts to go unchecked, they'll eventually and simply impact everyone. I think it was Martin Luther King who talked about injustice, an injustice that would be validated by these corrupt proposals. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Voter suppression efforts make it harder. Just a couple of examples in my home state, and this is true of a lot of states. Voter suppression laws make it harder for a 90-year-old living in rural Pennsylvania who can't get to her county election bureau to vote or to a polling place. She'll have a harder time voting in Pennsylvania and every other state if Pennsylvania goes in the direction of some of these other states. Pennsylvania has over 800,000 veterans who fought for our freedoms, including the right to vote, the freedom to vote. Shouldn't that veteran continue to have the option to vote early or to vote by mail after they've served our nation? Shouldn't they continue to have that option? Or should we just go back to the old ways where that veteran is limited to 1 day a year for a certain number of hours a year to vote in a general election? So these proposals, these voter suppression and subversion proposals, will impact everyone. It'll impact a farmer in Pennsylvania who might have a very busy day on election day and can't get to vote for one reason or another. So if they're not able to vote, their vote gets canceled out because we decided not to have early voting, which we have now. We decided not to have mail-in ballots, which we have now. All in service of one man and one big lie. That's what this is all about. So we can't go back to those days. How about just another example from Pennsylvania? We've had a long tradition where men and women serving overseas have voted by absentee ballot. Guess what an absentee ballot is? An absentee ballot is a mail-in ballot. It's the same thing. We just broaden the category of folks who could use that same method. So do we want to go back to a time when we can't have the kind of mail-in ballots that we had in 2020 that led to that great turnout? And it's entirely possible we could go back to a time when even the votes of men and women serving overseas would be put at risk. Because when you eliminate mail-in ballots in a state like Pennsylvania, you're eliminating absentee ballots as well by doing that. So I don't think we want to do that to our fighting men and women. So we can't go back to the days when farmers and small business owners and veterans and busy moms juggling their kids' schedules and seniors who may have trouble voting and need another option to vote. We can't go back to those days when they couldn't vote if they didn't have the time on that one single day. It's one of the reasons why we had such low voter turnout, even in presidential elections for all these years in Pennsylvania and so many other states. So we know what we have to do. We have to go back to our founding principles, and voting is a foundational pillar of our democracy. And as elected officials, it's our responsibility to do all we can to expand voter access and remove institutional barriers to voting. But we've got to be clear about what's happening. Our democracy, by virtue of these suppression bills, is under siege right now. The attack here on January the 6th continues. What was a violent attack on that day is now in the form of legislation to attack our elections, to attack the right to vote, to make it harder to vote. So attacking democracy at an earlier stage was always met by the right response. Today, that right response, the correct response, is to pass the Freedom to Vote John Lewis Act to prevent these kinds of attacks on voting rights. It would protect election officials by criminalizing intimidation, threats, or coercion of election officials. It would mandate systematic, nonpartisan, risk-limiting audits to combat against the unfounded partisan approaches by Republicans. It would create national standards for early voting, mail voting, voting restoration, voter identification, and voter registration. It would also include some of the provisions of my bill, the Accessible Voting Act, to create an accessible voting experience for every voter, ensuring that the needs of people with disabilities are met. That's another category of Americans whose votes will be suppressed, people with disabilities, if these Republicans get their way. This bill we're trying to pass reflects feedback from state and local officials to ensure that people responsible for implementing these reforms can do so effectively. Furthermore, we restore the full strength of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 after the Supreme Court gutted the voting rights, several of the Voting Rights Act provisions in recent years. These provisions work hand in hand to improve access to the ballot and protect against election subversion. We should restore the Senate at the same time by allowing plenty of time for debates, as well as a robust amendment process, so the minority party in the Senate has a full opportunity to debate issues like voting rights. So, Mr. President, we got to do more than just simply move a bill forward tomorrow on voting rights. We should also change the Senate rules appropriately to allow that bill to be passed by a majority after we have a robust debate. Debating voting rights has never been more important. The time to do that is now. Madam President, I would yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Utah.
Thank you. I have enjoyed the discussion which has been going on with regards to this legislation, and have a couple of comments. One is, given the interest and the priority of and the importance of elections, it would have been helpful prior to preparing this legislation for vote if those that were the drafters of this legislation actually invited a Republican, any Republican, to sit down and perhaps negotiate and see if we could find some common ground. But instead, the Democrat leadership dusted off what they'd written before on an entirely partisan basis, and then are shocked that Republicans don't want to support what they drafted. Now, I note that political overstatement and hyperbole may be relatively common, and they are often excused, but the president and some of my Democratic colleagues have ventured deep into hysteria. Their cataclysmic predictions for failing to support their entirely partisan election reform, worked out entirely by themselves, without any input whatsoever from any single person on my side of the aisle, they're far beyond the pale. Now, they're entirely right to call out Donald Trump's big lie about the last election being stolen, but in the same spirit of honesty, they should not engage in a similar lie that Republicans across the country are making it much harder for minorities to vote, and thus that the federal government must urgently displace centuries of constitutional practice that gives states primary control over elections. So dire are the consequences, they claim, that this must be done by shredding the rules of our senior legislative body. They point to Georgia as evidence of political election villainy. The president went there to deliver his crowning argument. But as has been pointed out by many before me, it is easier for minorities, and everybody else for that matter, to vote in Georgia than it is in the president's home state of Delaware and in Leader Schumer's home state of New York. In Georgia, there are more days of early voting. And in Georgia, there's no excuse absentee voting by mail. They do decry Georgia's prohibition of political activists approaching voters in line with drinks of water. But the same prohibition exists in New York. And why? So that voters don't get harassed in line by poll activists. Just like Georgia and New York, many states keep poll activists at length from voters. My Democrat colleagues conveniently ignore the fact that the 1965 Voting Rights Act prohibition of any voting practice or procedure that discriminates against minorities is still in effect. Even today, the Justice Department is suing 2 states under that law. Protection of minority voting is already required by law. Protection of minority voting is a high and essential priority for me and for my Senate colleagues on both sides of the aisle. To be clear, I want an election system that allows every eligible citizen in every state to be able to exercise their right to vote in every single election. So, putting aside the hysteria, let me explain why I don't support the Democrats' bill. First, their bill weakens voter ID. I, along with the great majority of voters of all races, favor voter photo ID. Their bill makes it easier to cheat by accommodating unmonitored vote collection boxes. Their bill opens the gates to a flood of lawsuits, pre and post an election. And it weakens the safeguards of voter registration. There are other things in the Democrats' bill that I don't support. I'm not in favor of federal funding for campaigns. I also don't think states should be required to allow felons to vote. And most fundamentally, I think by reserving election procedures to the states, the founders made it more difficult for a would-be authoritarian to change the law for voting in just one place, here in Washington, to keep himself in office. Let me add that I think the Democrats' bill is insufficiently focused on the real threat, and that is the corruption of the counting of the ballots, the certification of elections, and the congressional provisions for accepting and counting a slate of electors. This is where the apparent conspirators were focused in their attempt in the last election to subvert democracy and prevent the peaceful transfer of power. Now, I respect Democrats who disagree with my point of view. I hope they'll offer me the same respect. People who want voter ID are not racists. People who don't want federal funding of campaigns aren't Bull Connor. And people who insist that vote drop boxes be monitored aren't Jefferson Davis.
Madam President.
The senator from California.
Madam President, just yesterday, we, the nation, celebrated the moral vision and exceptional courage of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Now, born and raised under the violent oppression of Jim Crow segregation, Dr. King deeply felt the lasting wounds of slavery and segregation. And yet, he believed in the promise of America's highest ideal, a system of democracy that we are all created equal. Democracy that recognizes that we are all created equal. In 1957, Dr. King told a crowd of civil rights leaders, quote, "Our most urgent plea to the federal government is to guarantee our voting rights." He went on to say, "Give us the ballot, and we will creatively join in the freeing of the soul of America." Madam President, time and again, from a bridge in Selma to the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, Dr. King and the civil rights movement collectively forced this country to confront the brutal injustice of white supremacy. Dr. King kindled a movement of peaceful protest, of voter registration, and a legal revolution. His leadership helped secure the passage of the Voting Rights Act in 1965, a monument to freedom and a guardian of our multiracial democracy. And as important a step as that was, Dr. King also understood that the path of progress, the road to freedom, would not be linear. It would not be direct, and it would be threatened by setbacks. Recent years have illustrated just how right Dr. King was. The clock is turning back on voting rights, and far too many people, both inside this Capitol and outside it, are ignoring or denying the alarm bells. Madam President, to truly honor Dr. King, we must rededicate ourselves to the cause of freedom and equality. We cannot wait for a convenient season to act. We cannot wait for another Bloody Sunday. Look around. This is our moment. The threats to democracy today may look different than Bull Connor with the bullhorn, but they are no less real. Now, when Republicans claim that this is all hyperbole or hysteria, as Senator Romney just referenced, consider this. In the year since our nation's most secure election ever, with record voter turnout, Republican state legislatures have passed 34 laws not expanding access to the ballot, restricting access to the ballot, and also threatening election security. Just look at Georgia. Yes, Georgia, where Republicans passed an elections bill, SB 202, on a purely partisan basis this last spring. In the 2020 election, Georgians voted in record numbers. Many voted by mail or used early voting options to be able to cast their ballots safely and securely in the midst of this once-in-a-century global health pandemic. And guess what happened? Those ballots were processed, counted, audited, and the results certified. And so how did Georgia Republicans respond? They wrote SB 202 to cut the number of early voting drop boxes in Atlanta by more than 75%. To make it harder, not easier, but harder for voters who mistakenly go to the wrong polling place to cast a ballot and have their votes in statewide contests counted. To stop new voters from being able to register to vote in a runoff election if there is one. Now, make no mistake, Republicans will deny the intention, but the effect is clear. These changes disproportionately disenfranchise the votes and the voices of people of color. And when voters end up standing in line for hours to cast their vote on Election Day, as voters of color disproportionately do, SB 202 will prevent volunteers from offering them food or water. Now, Senator Romney said that these provisions are in place to prevent the harassment of voters waiting to vote. Look at what other states have done. There's a clear distinction between somebody harassing a voter, interfering with the electoral process, versus offering a thirsty neighbor a drink. So outlaw harassment. I think it kind of is. The general public knows the distinction. And so think about that. Someone standing in line outdoors with weather for hours to do their patriotic duty. And Georgia Republicans make it a crime to give that person a bottle of water. SB 202 isn't about election security or voter fraud. The data on that is clear. Voter fraud is exceedingly rare in Georgia and across the country. SB 202 is about erecting barriers for low-income voters, for voters of color, for younger voters to participate in our democracy. Madam President, as a member of the Senate Rules Committee, I traveled to Georgia last summer with my colleagues for a field hearing on voter suppression. And just last week, was invited to join President Biden and Vice President Harris in Georgia as well. So when Minority Leader McConnell tries to tell you that no state in America is making it harder to vote, he's wrong. The people of this country deserve to hear the truth. And not just from Georgia, but in Texas, where a new law empowers partisan poll watchers to threaten election officials with lawsuits. In Arizona, where a new law will unnecessarily cut tens of thousands of voters, eligible voters, from the permanent early voting list. 34 new laws in this past year alone will raise obstacles for people who simply want to cast their ballot. And that's nothing to say of the hundreds more that have been proposed and will surely be reintroduced in future years and future sessions if we do not act. The clock on Dr. King's victories is already turning back. The alarm bells of our democracy are ringing. They've been ringing since the year 2013, when the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act. Yes, it may still be in place, but the pre-clearance requirement, the strongest protection within the Voting Rights Act that stood to prevent discriminatory election laws for nearly 5 decades, was undone by the Supreme Court in their decision in Shelby v. Holder. And yet, the Senate has failed 3 times this last year to even debate a voting rights bill. We failed to debate because of the filibuster rule, which allows a minority of senators to obstruct the voice of the American majority. Republican senators claim that our legislation, the Freedom to Vote Act, is partisan and divisive. But what goal could be more American than securing the fundamental right to vote for all eligible Americans? If Republican senators are sincere about opposing partisan changes to election laws, then they should join us in condemning partisan voter suppression in Georgia, in Texas, in Arizona, and across the country. But instead, Senate Republicans only complain about and obstruct our efforts here in the Senate to respond to these laws. And in doing so, they leave Democrats no choice. We must change the filibuster rule to protect voting rights for every American. Madam President, the Senate exists to serve American democracy. And the Senate rules exist to help the Senate serve American democracy. And when those rules endanger our democracy, the answer is simple. We must change them. And it is not unprecedented. The Senate changed the filibuster in 1917 to protect our nation from the threat of World War I. The Senate changed the filibuster in 1975 to try to restore the function of this body. In recent decades, the Senate has made more than 160 exceptions to the filibuster to do what's best for the nation. And today, it's time for us to do so once again. With all due respect to the history and the traditions of the Senate, our job is to protect the future of this country, beginning with our democracy. As Martin Luther King once told us, America is essentially a dream yet unfulfilled. And today it falls on each of us to take up Dr. King's lifelong struggle. This is our moment. This is our moment to debate. This is our moment to vote. We must work together to pass a voting rights law that secures the vote for every American, regardless of race, religion, ability, or gender. Sometimes progress requires that we change the rules, as we did last month when we changed the filibuster to protect our economy. Sometimes progress requires that one party acts alone, as the courageous architects of the 15th Amendment did a century and a half ago. Look around this Senate and think how surprised the men who created the filibuster in the early 1800s would be to see a Senator Warnock, a Senator Baldwin, myself, and others serving in this chamber today. But change that strengthens our democracy is change for the better. Colleagues, we must rise to meet this general moment of challenge in the spirit of Dr. King and pass these voting rights bills. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Virginia.
Madam President, one of the things that I sometimes regret about this body is, and especially after hearing such an eloquent presentation from my colleague from California, is that we don't do enough dialogue here. It's a lot of monologues. And often some of the best speeches that I've heard in this chamber have been delivered to nearly empty chambers because we don't sit and listen to one another, answer questions, engage, find the greater wisdom. I'm excited that tomorrow will give us an opportunity to do that. I expect 50, hopefully 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 senators on the floor for a discussion about voting rights, which we have not been able to have since I joined the Senate in January of 2013. This is an enormously important topic. We have not had a floor debate on any voting rights bill since I came to the Senate in 2013. In this spirit of dialogue, I wanted to basically come and talk about Senate rules to respond to a question or challenge that Republicans were making on the floor last week. They pointed out that I, along with a number of Democrats, had signed a letter in 2017 arguing, in their view, that we should not change the filibuster on legislation. And they cited that and they said, how can you stand on the floor now and contemplate changes to the filibuster rule? And so what I wanted to do tonight is come to the floor and talk about 2017, talk about things that have happened since 2017, and frankly explain why I haven't really changed the position that I articulated in the letter, but I have changed my views about whether the filibuster accomplishes the objective or cuts against it. And then finally, what I want to do at the end of that, answering their question about that letter, is reassure them. Reassure them that what we will reach for tomorrow is not a blowing up of the filibuster. I heard my colleague from Alaska today say we wanted to blow up the filibuster. No, let me reassure all Republicans that's not what they're going to be asked to vote on tomorrow. They're going to be asked to restore the filibuster to what it was during the vast majority of the history of this body. Here is the operant quote from the letter of 2017 that I signed. It was April of 2017, shortly after the Republicans had changed the Senate rules to ram through Neil Gorsuch after they had refused to even entertain the nomination of Merrick Garland to the Supreme Court. It was a bipartisan letter. We are united in our determination to preserve the ability of members to engage in extended debate when bills are on the Senate floor. Extended debate when bills are on the Senate floor. Well, what's happened since that letter was written in April of 2017? Well, first, those of us in the room know, extended debate on the Senate floor, are you kidding? It almost never happens. The filibuster rule that some of us hoped might facilitate that has become an obstacle to it. In fact, you can't even get a bill on the Senate floor because the filibuster requirement, which was initially something about final passage, has been now imported even into proceeding to legislation. So when a majority of members of the greatest deliberative body in the world decide they want to talk about a topic, they can't. It's like the 21st century's version of the gag rule, which prohibited discussions in Congress on items related to slavery during the 1830s and 1840s. There has been a gag rule prohibiting discussions of the voting rights bill and other civil rights legislation and other important priorities because you can't even get on the bill, much less have extended debate about it. And when you do get on the bill, how many bills around here do we have extended debate on? Mostly we're in a chamber like this with 3 people. And there's no real debate that's going on because the abuse of the filibuster leads a party to know, well, gosh, if they can't get 60 votes for something, we don't even have to show up. The old public filibuster of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington days has now turned to a secret private filibuster where people can stay in their offices and never show their face on the floor. So that that notion of naive senators like me in 2017, we are determined to preserve the ability of members to engage in extended debate when bills are on the Senate floor has been undermined by the filibuster by making it hard to get bills on the floor and then guaranteeing when they are on the floor, nobody needs to show up. Other things have happened since 2017. I needn't go over them at length, but I will go over them. I didn't imagine that we would have a president who would lead an assault on American democracy, who would lie and claim he won the popular vote in 2016 when he didn't, who would claim there was massive fraud in the Virginia election in 2016 when there wasn't, who would go to a foreign country and try to dig up dirt on a political opponent that he feared in 2020. I didn't imagine that those things would happen. I didn't imagine that the president, having lost an election in November 2020, would encourage his followers to gather in D.C. to be wild. I didn't imagine that he would call the head of the Georgia elections and say, you have to find me thousands of votes so I can win. I didn't imagine those things. I didn't imagine that there would be a violent attack here that would injure 150 police officers, that there would be an effort to disenfranchise 80 million Americans and disrupt the peaceful transfer of power. And I didn't imagine those things. I didn't imagine that states would do what my colleague from California has suggested, look at what happened in 2020, embrace the Trump big lie, and decide then, we really got to carve this back. We've got to carve this back dramatically, make it harder for particular groups of people who live in particular cities or counties based on who they vote for to vote. I didn't imagine those things. But I'll tell you something else I didn't imagine. I didn't imagine that we wouldn't get any help from the Republican Party in addressing these problems. The Republican Party throughout most of its history has been a great voting rights party. The 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, only passed with Republican votes to guarantee people equal access to the ballot. When the 19th Amendment was passed guaranteeing women the right to vote, it was in a Democratic administration, the Wilson administration, but Republicans were solidly on board. When the 26th Amendment passed to give the franchise to 18-year-olds, it was in the Nixon administration. Democrats and Republicans were on board. The Republican Party, from its origins right before Lincoln was president, was always on the march, and frankly, usually leading the march to expand people's ability to participate in voting. And there's no example that is more dramatic than the passage of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. A 60-day filibuster here on the Senate floor. At the end, it was broken. Republicans voted for the Voting Rights Act near unanimously. Democrats were strong, but not as solid as the Republicans were. And then over and over again, in the years between 1965 and up through 2006, Republicans would vote unanimously or near unanimously to reauthorize the Voting Rights Act. But something changed between 2006 and 2013. Something changed about the time that Barack Obama was elected President of the United States. And when the Supreme Court of the United States in the Shelby case gutted the preclearance provisions of the Voting Rights Act, but told Congress, you can fix it. And we went back to all the Republicans who had supported the Voting Rights Act from 1965 to 2006 and said, okay, the Supreme Court says, here's what's wrong, we can fix it. We've not been able to find any Republican support, save Lisa Murkowski of this chamber, who is a co-sponsor of the John Lewis Act, the restoration of preclearance. When I signed the letter in 2017, I would not have imagined that we could not have found any Republican support on any voting rights issue. I heard my colleague from Utah, Senator Romney, talk a second ago, and he said, well, how come Democrats didn't do it? I started working with Republicans in July, months before we filed the Freedom to Vote Act. Could you do it this way? Could you do it that way? What about if we completely gave up the idea of any rule or filibuster reform? Would you then engage with us? How about unlimited amendments? How about give us a counter proposal? I have been in these discussions with Republican colleagues for months and again save Senator Murkowski on the John Lewis bill, there has been no help forthcoming to save our democracy, to save voting. So when colleagues ask, we signed a letter in 2017, and that letter said that we should preserve the ability of members to engage in extended debate when bills are on the Senate floor. Why are you now contemplating rules changes? And my answer to them is, I'm contemplating rules changes to do exactly that. We don't have extended debate on the Senate floor. You can't get bills on the Senate floor. Our democracy is under attack. Voting is under attack. And contrary to the previous 150-year history of your party, you won't lift a finger to protect voting rights or protect the integrity of our election. But because you won't doesn't mean we should not. In fact, if you won't, the burden is on our shoulders even more. Here's something else, I'll be honest, that I've come to understand more about the filibuster since 2017, but then I want to conclude by offering some words of reassurance to my Republican colleagues. The fact that the filibuster is now used indiscriminately against everything does not cleanse it of the stench of its predominant use in our history to block civil rights legislation. I mean, now we use filibuster to block what might be a non-consequential appointment. I mean, we use it for everything. However, when the history of the filibuster is written in this chamber, the pivotal, epic moments that get remembered are Robert Byrd's 14-hour and 13-minute speech to try to filibuster against the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Strom Thurmond's massive filibuster against civil rights laws, senators from Virginia, senators who held the seat that I now occupy, filibustering against civil rights laws. You don't cleanse the stench from the filibuster by just suddenly using it for everything. You still have to acknowledge it's played a particular role in the Senate, and sadly, that role has usually been to the detriment of the kinds of people who couldn't see anybody that looked like them in the Senate. I occupy a seat that was occupied for 50 years by Harry Byrd Sr. and Harry Byrd Jr., and it's called the Byrd seat in the Senate because the Byrd machine ran Virginia politics, and they kind of owned it. Harry Byrd Sr. was governor in the 1920s, came to the Senate when Carter Glass died in 1933, stayed until he died in 1966. His son, Harry Byrd Jr., was then appointed and stayed in the Senate until 1983. For 50 years, the Byrds held the seat I now occupy. I was at the inauguration of our new governor in Richmond on Saturday. And I walked by an empty place on the Capitol Square where just 6 months ago there was a statue of Harry Byrd Sr., the governor who was a great highway builder and infrastructure guy, the governor who came up with the idea and worked with President Roosevelt to build the Shenandoah National Park, the governor who then as senator led this Byrd machine and was viewed as the dominant figure in Virginia political life during the 20th century, together with his son Harry Byrd Jr. But the statue was taken down. The statue was taken down 7 months ago. The middle school that was named for Harry Byrd Sr. in Henrico County was renamed 5 years ago to Quioccasin Middle School. Why was that? Highway builder, park developer, dominant political figure. His statue was taken down because of what he did in the U.S. Senate. That he would write the Southern Manifesto to rally senators against Brown versus Board. That he would encourage Virginia public school systems, again, this is as a senator, not as a governor, encourage Virginia public school systems to shut down rather than integrate. That he would engage in one filibuster after the next against civil rights legislation, including voting rights acts, and never apologize, never admit he was wrong. Unlike Robert Byrd, who was a Klansman before he was in the United States Senate, and who filibustered famously against civil rights legislation until he had an epiphany in 1968 when he voted for the Fair Housing Act and apologized for the rest of his life and became a civil rights champion. Harry Byrd Sr. use the filibuster for, frankly, what it's been used for around here, to exclude people from the democracy. And the tributes to Harry Byrd and the statues and the school names are all coming down. Even the university in his own hometown, Shenandoah University in Winchester, which had named its business school after Harry Byrd Jr., they wiped that name off. Because the filibuster is not just like a Senate rule that can be used like anything else. It's been used for a particular purpose, and we can't be blind to that. But let me just say this as I conclude. I want to offer my colleagues a reassurance, those who have asked why we're contemplating rules changes, those who signed the letter with us, because it was a bipartisan letter. It was led by Senators Coons and Collins, and many Republicans signed it. We are united in our determination to preserve the ability of members to engage in extended debate when bills are on the Senate floor. For the first time in my Senate career, there's a voting rights bill on the Senate floor. And we will have a rules adjustment vote at the end of the day tomorrow in all likelihood. And what will that vote be? Will the vote be to eliminate the filibuster? No. Will the vote be to abolish the filibuster? No. Will it be to weaken the filibuster? No. Here's the vote that we will vote on tomorrow. Should we change the secret filibuster that allows members to just sit in their office and not take the floor and not explain their opposition to their colleagues and not have to face the American public? Should we change that secret filibuster into a public filibuster, the way it was done during the vast majority of Senate history, where senators who want to block action by a majority should at least have to do the work, should at least have to come to the floor and explain to their colleagues in the American public why the majority should not act? For everyone on the Republican side who signed that letter saying we should have extended debate on the Senate floor and it should not be curtailed, we're giving you a chance to do exactly what you pledged to do. For everyone in our own caucus who has expressed reticence about weakening or diminishing the filibuster, we are giving you exactly the thing that you said you wanted: an opportunity to have full debate that could go on for a very long time and not be curtailed. And the only thing we will require is that that debate actually happen in the view of the American public and your colleagues. A fundamental opportunity for all of us to do the right thing by Senate rules, to accomplish the right thing for our democracy. I so welcome the chance to finally have this debate on the floor of the United States Senate. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
What's going on, everybody? It is 7:51. I'm going to make some changes today. The video that I'm going to be doing today in a few minutes is actually going to go out to all of social media, because I'm going to dive into this voting bill and the 10 things that they're just not saying. They're, and maybe some Republicans are doing it, but right now this is more about the filibuster. Whatever. I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about some other weird stuff, but I think it needs to go out on social media so people can understand about these voter bills and what's really going on there. So I'm going to put that back on for Citizen Stringer until 10. All of the social media feeds, however, I'm going to end those so I could start a new live feed with my show at 8 o'clock. And then we'll go from there. All right. See ya.